Hello there, everybody. This is TheAljavis here, and welcome to the director's commentary for the second episode of EoJ, where we talk about behind-the-scenes stuff and maybe some stories. And we have 4 more people in here right now, and I would like you guys to introduce yourselves in order of the list on the voice chat.
So Craig should go next.
Yeah, hi Craig.
Yes.
Tell us a little about yourself. Uh-huh. Oh wow, really?
Uh-huh.
You want to take over the world? Well, who doesn't?
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, that's nice to hear, Craig. Hi everyone. My name is JuliusGem, the voice actor of Phoenix Wright, and once again, we are here to sit down for more than 2 hours and 8 minutes, probably. Let's hope that we can keep it down to at least under 6. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully. Alright, next.
Hello, I'm PrettyPegasusWings, voice actor for Coco. I'm not going to be here entirely the whole time, but I'm going to try my best.
What matters is that you're here.
We're happy to have you.
Very happy.
I'm glad to be here.
And now, next.
Hello, I'm Serenity, one of the project managers for Elements of Justice, and I was the lead writer for this episode.
The main reason why this rewrite happened.
Yes, I'm the reason the rewrite happened.
Once again, I reiterate, and why it came out so great.
So everybody says.
And last but not least,
I'm the Soundman, the audio engineer for this episode. Normally, I don't talk a lot during the watch parties, but I guess I will have more chance to open up and explain why I don't particularly like the job I did, and expand on why and how I'm fixing it, and we'll all be clear.
Yep. The sound will be loud and clear.
It shall all be clear in due time.
Alright, that's everybody.
That's everybody, so now we shall get started with this episode. Starting now. Start, please. Don't be like watch party, please. Thank you.
Alright. First things first, text is faster.
Yes.
I never thought I'd come back to this world.
That is one thing that people wanted in this episode. They wanted the text to be a little bit faster.
Why is that?
Remember what Athena was talking
And
about
here's
yesterday?
Twilight, voiced by the lovely Webcake.
That was well over a month ago.
Oh, well, I'm sure
Julius, I swear your voice got deeper between episode 1 and 2.
It's almost like I aged.
Aging?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's only been a day between episode 1 and episode 2.
That's the funny thing about the continuity of the show, sir. You see, when I first recorded the lines for episode 1, I was 18 years old.
And you're age what now?
20. Been 2 years.
Yay.
And by the way,
a lot has changed in one day.
We will be pausing during this video.
Yes, there will be pausing. There will be pausing in this video, which is why this is probably going to take longer than usual.
Grab your popcorn.
So basically,
I have my bowl of popcorn right here.
He actually has the popcorn, yeah. So basically, if we have something we want to say in the video, then I shall pause and we will go into more detail about it. That being said,
let's just proceed.
Let us proceed.
Yes.
This background, by the way, is a complete recreation of the one from Turnabout Storm by our lovely background artist, Kimetics.
Kimetics was great.
She did an amazing job.
Besides, I'd rather focus on making sure you're...
Kind of wish there was a way to change Widget.
I'm not a newbie
Like,
anymore.
the transparency.
Yeah, because I remember in the rewrite script we have Widget actually in the sad emotion for that scene, but I guess you couldn't find one where he was like that.
And that's why we have why me and Geon, another member of the team, will make our own sprites. We haven't done it in a good while, but he is ready to get back into it once I call him again.
Good, you lazy bastard. Get to it.
So it will happen, just not very soon.
This is so cool.
Still very busy
We're
working
about to
around
watch
the
that
last
defending
episode.
court in a whole nother
Yep.
world.
We're proud of
I-
you.
Magical
Spit
bunnies.
all over my monitor.
You can say that
Gross.
again. I can't contain my excitement.
I feel
Well, I'm happy to
kind
see
of
that you're all
bad
enjoying
for
yourselves.
WebShutter and Adox because they're very amazing, but they did not get nearly as much screen time as they should have
Course.
in this
I
case.
agree, yeah.
Soon.
They have
Soon.
future. They have the future to
By the way,
impress us with their voice talent.
Yes,
Soon
they will
they will
have their
become-
opportunity.
Protagonist.
Yes, at some point they will.
And it will be amazing, we promise.
This is actually something I want to talk about more. Because in my original scripts, they never really got a chance to actually be leading in a case. They were just there to play support.
Mm-hmm.
They were there
but-
for their mechanics.
Yeah, they're just there for their mechanics. But
then-
of course, Serenity came to the rescue and says, "No, they're here for something much greater."
Hold up a second. You can't
Hold
bring
it!
characters here and then not do anything with them.
You're
I-
right.
Let me just take these scripts for 1 second and just set fire to them and just redo them.
They're
Yep.
living people too, Al. They're more than just game mechanics.
I know. I have failed to realize that until Serenity and the other writers came to me and said,
What is it, Apollo?
"They're people."
You
Let's treat them
mentioned that
like them.
murder is nearly unheard of in Equestria. The
So
first
yeah,
supposedly happened was
Athena
the case
and
where
Apollo
Mr.
and
Right
even
claimed the
Trucy,
Rainbow Dash.
they'll get their time.
How advanced can your
They'll get
criminal
him.
laws be if such
Trucy's a
serious
defense
crimes
attorney now?
rarely, if ever, occur?
No.
No,
I couldn't be more
but
proud.
They're nearly
but it
identical to
would be
ours.
cool to see that.
I remember Twilight saying something like.
And by the way, this whole human line is a reference to Turnabout Storm.
That's right. I've read
Oh yeah,
many
let's talk
books
about this.
Oh, that's canon.
We talked about how we were really against how humans are somehow in Equestria already, and they represent like past generations or something.
Yeah, the whole idea in Turnabout Storm was that it was supposed to be a reference to Generation 1, I think. Is that the one
Yeah.
that has humans in it?
Yeah, Generation
Generation
1.
So they were like, well, I mean, like, human law is in Equestria is based off of the human, or law in Equestria is based on the human law in some other land that has humans in it, which is supposed to be
Yeah.
Generation 1. Which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because there's a Spike and a Twilight in Generation 1. So,
Yeah.
Details.
Past life.
Past life.
Yep.
they were reincarnated.
Now see, that's when they don't talk about the human pony war.
Oh.
I see.
Our sequel
Anyway.
will get to that.
None of us really wanted to put this detail in there, but it was already canon. It turned out Storm, so we're just like, all right, we'll mention it here, just this one-off time, and then we'll never talk about it again.
Yeah, pretty much. If you're expecting us to make more references to that one part in Turnabout Storm, don't expect it because we just don't like that idea.
No,
Because humans
It's-
are icky.
it's
Yes.
here only to pay homage to the original.
Pretty much. And let's move on.
And human law. The human legal system has been refined through countless years
Um,
of
If,
study and
if the video, there we go.
Yeah.
still evolving.
Moving
That's
right
why
along.
equestrian law
Moving right
is
along.
practiced very similarly.
Yep.
And what influenced the designs of nearly all of Equestria's courthouses.
Well, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, as they say.
Hey, boss.
What's up, Athena?
Is it just me or is the frame rate shot?
Who's gonna be your
The video seems to be
co-host?
paused.
Just a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Here, I'll lower the quality just a tiny bit. Because it
Sorry,
is like
YouTube
using up a lot
audience.
of CPU, so
Professionalism.
Professionalism.
professionalism, I know. Yep.
But doesn't she need an equestrian attorney's badge to be allowed to
This
say-
detail here is rather interesting.
Nope.
I noticed a lot of people pointed out in the comment section that,
Yeah.
like, why would anybody need an attorney's badge to be a defense aide since Maya doesn't need one? I mean, really, the only explanation we come
Yeah.
up with, well, that's just one difference between the Ace Attorney universe and this one, is that you have to have a badge in order to stand in court at all.
Yeah. Yeah, in Equestria, they're more strict about it. But in good old Japanifornia, we have more freedom.
You can have Pearl can just walk into the court and stand at the defense's bench.
So we
Yep.
need an appeal to the Equestria High Council to allow me to be there to assist.
We'll have Seymour
And-
butts over
I
there.
know you'd love to help out,
Yep.
Athena.
Whatever the
but
hell my
safe for Miss
what
Palmet's
Phoenix's
sake is our
best
option.
friend is in the first trial.
What, Larry
Yeah.
Butts?
Yeah, Larry Butts. There we go.
Couldn't
You
even
call him-
remember his
you
name.
call him Seymour Butts?
Yes, yes, I did.
Why? How
It's
do you
more-
forget, how do you
Come
forget Larry?
It's literally almost the same joke.
I think that's the point. Like he wants to forget about him.
It's I want to forget about him.
I think everybody wants to forget Larry.
Poor Larry.
Yep.
But yeah, anyway, we had to come up with an explanation for like how Twilight could have stood in court in Turnabout Storm if she wasn't a princess back then.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty easy.
Yeah.
With Twilight by my side, we've got someone who knows the rules of this world like the back of their hand.
Lame
look
joke
who
is
it
lame.
I gotcha, boss.
It's
Oh,
mandatory.
speaking of Miss Palmel, she's here.
And
Miss
here
Pommel.
is Coco.
Pretty Pegasus, yay!
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 She seemed
And this is
Good morning, Mr. Knight.
Heartbreaking.
Morning, Rarity.
Yep.
What's
Let's actually talk about Pretty Pegasuswings for a little bit. So what made you? Because I asked Julius and Webshutter about this, about their process on like auditioning for this on their roles and why they want to go for the role. So basically, what made you decide to like? I'll voice Coco in this series.
Well, and I think it was when I was first getting into MLP. This is one of the first fan projects I ever watched, the original Turnabout Storm, and I was a big fan of it. And then I think back when I was getting into voice acting, about a few months after that, I realized that there was a casting call for this project called Elements of Justice, and I was so excited. I was like, "Oh, that's finally getting a sequel!" And then I looked at it and it's like, "Oh, it passed, ready." So I couldn't audition then. And then another 2 years, like about, what was it, like a year or two passed, and then I saw it pop up on Casting Call Club. I'm like, this is my chance.
My chance.
Yes.
I looked at the characters. I saw Coco and another character. Serious
Yeah.
character.
We don't talk about.
We don't speak about her yet. She's not ready to be shown off.
The character that nobody totally doesn't know.
Shh.
OC. It's an OC.
So I tried for both and ended up getting Coco. I was like, oh, Coco, she's cute. I didn't really have much connection at that point. And I just was so excited to be a part of something that was part of my early fandom experience, sort of. And
Yeah, same here.
it was really exciting. And then I got part of the team, and everyone was just so friendly and welcoming, and I was really enjoying the script. And I didn't mention the watch party, but I actually read the script while at the dentist's office.
Oh yeah, you mentioned this. That's right.
Yeah, I was waiting in the waiting room. And I'm like, oh, I have like what, a half an hour. I can get through the script. And then go to the script. Like, oh god, it's 200 pages.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'll get through half of this.
That's a script for case 2, right? The first episode of case 2 was what you read, or
Yeah.
was it
No,
another-
what she read was the second episode.
Oh, whoops.
Back when it was the second episode.
Back when it was the second episode.
Back when it was not split in two.
Yeah, we had to split the entire thing in half because when I measured the entire thing in video form, it's 4 hours long, and I'm like, no one's gonna sit down and watch that entire thing. So we decided to split it in half. Plus, the reason why we had to split it in half is because we want to get something out. So we want to get ready to get episode 2, well, the first half of the trial first. That way people have a certain expectation of what the third episode will be. So plus it just makes it easier for us to be like, all right, we'll get this half out, and then the second half we'll have more time to work on it. I think we made the right call by doing that.
I agree.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Gave
Yeah,
me more
trust
time
me.
to record too.
That's true.
Yeah, trust me. People, I sat down and watched this entire episode again with a few friends of mine, and they had trouble. Like, they looked at it like, oh, it's just gonna be a episode, right? I'm like, yeah, totally. And then they sounded like, it's 2 hours long! I'm like, yeah! It's a movie!
It is just a straight up movie.
You guys
And it's just part one of a movie.
Oh.
I have nothing wrong with long-running things as long as they're good.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what the writers are here for. You know what? Let's talk about that, actually. Let's talk about why this rewrite happened.
Oh, God.
So,
Take it away.
Well,
Take it away.
All right, well,
Javis,
it
get your dunce hat.
started probably actually almost exactly a year ago now, when AljaVis first announced who would be the proofreaders, quote-unquote proofreaders for Project. He gave all of us the original script. At the time, he was like, all right, well, we can't change anything because the voice actors already recorded their lines, but you can look through it and maybe like point out some sort of grammatical errors that I can fix in the video. And I was like, all right, cool, I'll just do that. I read the script, top to bottom, and I came away with this empty feeling. I was like, I feel like we could have done something else here. Like, I feel like there's something missing. So I contacted AljaVis. I was like, hey, I read your script, and it's good, but I feel like this is not what people were waiting 4 years for. I feel like we need to do a rewrite. I think we need to add more to this script in order to make it something that satisfies people's expectations.
And I was very against the rewrite, mainly because I did not want the voice actors to be like, oh, we gotta do this again. And I wasn't certain, and I was uncertain at the time that all the voice actors will still be on board, because this is like 3-4 years later since they recorded their lines, and I haven't contacted them at all since then. And
except for me, who kept pestering you.
Yeah, you were the one that actually was like, you were the new guy, because this is right after Gold Crow had to drop the role. And when I contacted all of those VAs, pretty much all of them said, except for 2 of them, they all said, yeah, I'm on board. The giant, I feel like the hand of God just like reached down to me and said, you're good.
One more chance.
You've been a good boy. You get all them. Anyway, so I was really against the rewrite, mainly for that. And finally, I caved in. I'm like, fine, I'll do it. I'll do the rewrite. And
I couldn't be happier.
I couldn't be happier either.
Excuse me.
Like, I was even being very secretive when it comes to like the actual plot points of the rest of the series.
Oh my god, I had to drag the plot of this series out of AljaVis. I was like, if you want me to help you, you need to tell me what's going on.
Because I thought it would be like, oh, I'll make this a surprise or whatever. But now they're the ones going to help me with the surprise, so... And make it even better.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you.
I'm a little sniffly today.
I'll go over the exact details of the rewrite as we get through this episode. Because there's a lot. There's a lot that was added.
Yeah, there is a lot.
Some of it is just, basic stuff, but other things are like huge.
Some are major.
Some things weren't even in the original script at all.
Yeah.
No, they were not.
Let's go.
I'm not sure myself.
Moving right along.
Being escorted here by the guards with this rather despondent look upon her face. It pained me to see her looking like that just before her trial, so I thought I'd steal her away from the guards with a little.
Which is a reference to Dragonshy, and I didn't know about. I didn't know it was a reference from there until they pointed it out.
Yeah.
And you call yourself a fan, AljaVis?
I'm not a true fan.
Hey, Coco. How are you holding up?
Yeah, it's just She's just being silent. Yeah.
She's really out of it today.
This here's the first thing that this is the first big thing that was added in the rewrite is this whole story with Coco, Pamela, and overall concept.
Yep.
Because in the original script, Coco didn't really have much of a role at all. She was just pretty much the defendant, and that was. And in the original script, this whole Defendant Lobby scene was pretty much the introduction, which was, you know, everybody's being like, "Oh, we're in court now. Oh, why is the law is the same as ours and the human connection." That was all in the original script. This part here, though, with Coco,
it was much shorter.
It was really short. It was like 50-some pages long, and this new one was 100-some pages, 200-some pages. But this whole scene with Coco, in the original script, it was pretty much just Coco coming in and being like, "Hey, Mr. Wright, I hope you'll do well in court defending me." And that was about it. So that was the first part. I was like, I feel like Coco, you know, with how much we talked about Overall and Coco being close friends in part 1, I feel like she should be a bit more down that Coco or that Overall is dead. So that's where my train of logic started for creating this story where Overall and Coco were in some sort of relationship. And that's where we get the first hint of that here, is that Coco is a bit more silent. Like she's come to this sort of realization that Overall is really dead.
Yeah.
Fun fact. I totally thought in the original script, I even said it in my voice recordings back then, that I said, "Oh, they're totally a thing. They have to be a thing. Like, it's impossible for them not to be a thing."
And then they weren't a thing.
And then they weren't a thing. I'm like, oh, I guess they were just friends. And then Serenity came over here and fucking obliterated us. Just
I stepped through the door and be like, no.
Sucker punched us in the gut.
I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna put it the way it should have been.
And then PrettyPegasusWings just wrapped it up all in a nice sad bow.
And PrettyPegasusWings made us all cry.
It made us all cry.
Can it?
All right, Miss Pamela, you've got
And speaking of crying,
and Daddy here will prove it.
and people were like, people in the chat, I remember were like, just like, "No, oh, my baby Coco."
Oh, darling, it's okay. It's okay. I know.
Good job, Trucy.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
This is another thing that was added in the rewrite. The glitter in Coco's mane. This is one of the few pieces of evidence that I had to add into the new script because we needed it to fit with the. It didn't need to fit with a new construction of the case, but it needed to. The original script, it didn't explain the case very well, or at the very least, it didn't boil down the case to a single conclusion very well. I'll probably go over this better when we get to the actual trial, but it left a lot of things open. Like, there was a lot of stuff that could have been open to interpretation. There was a lot of extra arguments that could have been made to swing the case one way or the other. So what I did is I added a bunch of extra evidence to make sure that the case could only go one way, that there was only one solution. And the glitter in Coco's mane is something that I had to add in order to make sure we arrived there. And I wanted to mention it right here at the beginning of the trial, because ideally this is something that would have been mentioned in episode 1, but it wasn't. So I had to put it here at the very beginning so that it could be established early on and used later in the trial.
What is that? It looks like...
that's pretty much how it went. And let's move on.
Sorry. I haven't had a chance to clean myself since I got arrested.
Oh, Coco! How dare they allow you to stay dirty in detention? Especially in your state.
I'm gonna interject about something about the sound. The whole reason I started to get into sound and try to join this project was solely for the fact that I did not like how loud the sound effects were and how they were mixed.
Yeah, it was pretty loud, actually.
What I try to go for is it should be loud, but you should be able to be on a different tab doing something and it not pierce your brain.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, and I find Turnabout Storm very interesting because they started off with really shoddy mixing, and while it never got like pitch perfect, they really, really improved their craft, and that's something I want to learn from, how to improve like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Overall concept must have been very special to her.
He was. The two always seemed so happy together. If both of their letters to me were any indication, every pony who worked with them thought so too.
It must be hard to lose such a good friend like that.
I almost sneezed directly into the microphone. Woo! That was close.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was really close.
Woo!
Rough.
It's something I
I wanted to like
put
this in the background where I have like maybe Coco
It's the only way to get her out of this.
on that couch actually like sitting down, like looking sad as like a little detail. But I guess I was just a bit lazy. But that being said, I do want to add details like those in future cases where like maybe if they're away for a little bit but they're still around, like maybe I'll just have them hanging out in the background or something.
I'd like that.
They turn and talk to each other.
Yeah, it's like little details like that.
You're right, Phoenix.
That'd be
So,
super cool.
Twilight,
I like
do you
that
have
a
any
lot.
Information on who we're up against?
You mean the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh
I
man.
believe it's going to be Princess Celestia's nephew.
She has a nephew?
Does that make him
If that's what you want to call him.
Yes. And yes. In fact, his name is Prince Blueblood.
Rarity gets everyone's reaction to Blueblood.
Pompous excuse for a stallion?
Rarity,
I
please, inside voice
couldn't
this
agree with Rarity
courthouse.
more.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. I'm guessing
We'll
this
talk
all
about
bad
Blueblood
turns
more
out then.
once he actually shows up.
Terms?
Oh, I have
I
have a lot to say.
We all got a lot to say about Blueblood.
Yeah.
Of course I'm still on bad terms with him. And you're saying that he's the prosecutor?
Rarity, I'm sure he's just doing it for the experience.
Munch.
But out of all the ponies it could have been, why him? I swear it's
Oh yeah, I didn't mention this yet, but like
shut about my little Coco.
he's-
Or I will show him what it truly means to be a royal pony.
performance as the new
Hey, getting
because
hostile.
Emogak
How
was
about you go join
originally
Coco and
Rarity,
calm
but
yourself
he had to
down?
drop the role.
She could use your company.
She's a great
Yes,
replacement.
you're right. Goodness,
She did do a
cannot
wonderful job.
believe how mad that
Yep.
stallion makes me.
Just as dramatic as ever, isn't she?
You don't know the half of it.
That screaming almost rivals your chords of steel, Apollo.
For real. She's as
Okay.
soft as a
Hey,
marshmallow.
Serenity.
at first glance.
Yeah?
Until you anger her and she
What's
comes
up
at
with
you
this
the fire
line?
and intensity
Oh,
of
yeah.
What about the
thousand
line?
suns.
Little
You're saying
little long
that
in the
she
hoof,
turned into a
don't you think?
roasted marshmallow?
By the way,
What?
the roasted
Oh,
marshmallow,
hold on. Yeah.
what?
No,
The roasted marshmallow thing? That was
The
my
roasted
idea.
marshmallow line was AlJavis' idea.
I love the roasted marshmallow thing, but I'm like, Apollo's really trying to find a reference here. I see him fighting for it.
Wait, what reference?
The whole roasted marshmallow thing. It might
I mean,
might just be me and my sick brain right now, but I've always felt that line was a little odd. Something about it. I don't know what it was.
I mean-
Thousand Suns line?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a reference to how Apollo is the sun god.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that.
Hmm.
All right, I'm satisfied now. We may continue.
It was subtle
All right,
writing
then.
all along.
You have sated my curiosity, sir.
AlJavis, you can continue the video.
Are you okay?
AlJavis?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, do we lose AlJavis?
Oh, we
Uh-oh.
go-
His
let's
internet
talk-
was acting pretty funky fresh.
Let's talk about the episode in the meantime.
Yes, let us talk about the episode in the meantime. So, I suppose I am
Yeah.
hosting now, since
Mhm.
I am further up in this metaphorical totem pole.
Oh. Wait,
Uh,
that's true. AlJavis, you there?
Technical
Al?
difficulties.
You sure, I'll
AlJavis?
cut this out.
Al-
AlJavis!
What the hell is going on?
I think his internet is dying.
Let
Well,
me message him.
He was
Yes?
turning pretty.
Oh, you're there.
Hey.
Oh,
I'm here. Okay. Professionalism.
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 We lost you for a bit there.
Yeah, I disconnected for a bit. I saw.
Is everything still recording?
Yeah, everything's still recording. Don't worry about it.
You good over there, Craig?
In. 10 minutes.
Maybe you want to lower the quality of the video a bit more.
All right. It's already at 360p. Oh.
144p.
People aren't here to watch the
be-
video. People are here to.
All right,
people are here to
fine.
listen to us.
Now it looks like it's on a Game Boy.
Oh, you know, I'll have to
Oh,
Perfect.
that's where the original games were used to be at.
Authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
Authenticity.
All right, let's go.
All right, here we go.
Twilight, what did you mean just now when you said this Prince Blueblood is doing this for experience? What could warrant someone like him prosecuting a case?
Well, he is royalty. Like I
Makes
said,
you wonder, like,
using this murder trial as
then
an
what?
opportunity to gain some
Then
trial
why do
experience.
lawyers exist in this world if they don't want to be royalty?
Because people other than the rulers have to be able to try people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be very
You want,
Yeah.
you want the royals to come down every single time somebody has to be tried for something.
I don't know, maybe.
Well,
There's only
Princess
4 of
Celestia
them.
has to do that. So
Celestia had to do that by herself for 1,000 years if that was the case.
yeah, she gets really busy.
So she knows how it feels to do everything on her own.
Don't you compare yourself to an alicorn, sir?
I shall compare myself to the almighty Princess Celestia.
Oh my God!
You're
Oh my God! Not again!
Oh my god.
What the fuck? I didn't even set my alarm.
yes, it
It comes
returns.
back.
What the fuck?
It's okay.
Come on.
Perfect.
I'm sure the landline in the basement's
Now my
gonna go
alarm
off.
strikes.
Why?
You let
If
your
that makes you
Google
feel
it.
better.
Goddamn fucking alarm!
It's
We're in the
still
middle
going.
of a professional sounding director's commentary, dude.
Son of a bitch! God damn
Oh my goodness, such language.
it!
Language.
I hate my life.
More reason for the audience to stay through this.
Yep.
I'm so embarrassed.
You need a
Onward.
new alarm clock.
Onward. I want to get to the trial
what time
already.
I set it for.
We're not even in the trial yet. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
After
Pull
all,
it together,
if you're
Phoenix.
ever going to roll in Equestria,
She's all about pain.
No.
No, AlJavis, the pain in this episode is Blueblood. We've already established.
Yes.
Which we
He's
will
a
see.
royal pain.
See, good transition.
Oh no. No. No.
The episode.
All right, pause.
Speaking
Pause.
of transitions,
Pause right here.
Transition.
Pause right here. We're done
Uh-huh.
with the whole courtroom. We have to
Look at
talk
this
about this.
courtroom.
We have to talk about this courtroom.
oh yeah, we
my
have to talk
God.
about it. Okay, so
You guys had a field day with this.
yeah,
I
we
wish you were
really
there.
did.
There's
We
a
had a
different
very-
shot. There's a different shot where we can talk more in depth about that. But I just want to establish this courtroom shot and the pain it took to. Speaking of pain,
Speaking of pain, look
Speaking about
look
pain,
look who's over there.
Look
Look-
who's there. Look at him.
not a pain we went through to get this shot the way it is.
Yep.
Finding very specific vectors for each of these ponies.
Yeah, it was
in
not
this-
easy.
in this specific direction, mind you.
Very specific direction. I didn't want to like draw at all, but luckily I didn't have to do it.
Speaking of which,
Anyways.
this background done by Kimetics.
Well, the
God,
sketch
as
was done by
always.
Kimetics, but
Sketch
I
done by
had to do
Kimetics.
one. Yeah,
AlJavis did the rest.
Oh,
I'm
hold
the one
on.
who put it all together.
What's with
Because
the box?
actually, I want to mention this about the backgrounds. Kimetics was feeling pretty overwhelmed with the amount of work she has to do, and I eventually had to like step in and help her out. Which just made me feel bad that I really wish I had more background artists now, because I didn't want to like have her go through like having to do all of this by herself, and she even felt bad when I had to do the rest of the backgrounds and what I did with it. She was even like, "Oh, what do you need me for? These look amazing, but I'm like, but you're the one who put everything set in stone with the colors and everything. Like the colors are her idea. I would have never thought of this if it wasn't for her. So, Kimetics, if you're watching this, I appreciate you. Like seriously, I love your backgrounds.
I appreciate you. You did an amazing job.
Because originally you wanted to use the Turnabout Storm color scheme, right?
Yeah.
But Kimetics
was like,
Kimetics stepped in and be like, no, we're doing our own color scheme.
Yeah.
This is the elements of justice. This is the elements of justice courtroom.
Yep.
Well, before we move on, I believe there was a bit of confusion that led to the box on the witness stand.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the little box thing over there, right?
AlJavis.
I had to add that because I found out that the witness stand itself, the height is only good for humans, and it would be too short, too tall for ponies to stand above. So I have to put a little box there, and I found out that in Turnabout Storm they did that too. So
they didn't put a box that high though. They put a tiny little stand at the witness stand. For Apple Bloom, they probably put an actual box there. Because
that part's true.
They said that in the script. For the other characters, though, they have a little stand there, but not that big. Like, it makes no sense for them to build a stand like that if everyone that comes in here is usually a pony.
Humans built the place.
Humans built the place.
Hidden lore.
They couldn't adjust the stand itself. They had to build it the exact same way.
Yep. And now, let's get to the actual trial.
Let's get into the meat of this episode.
Thespio.
The wonderful judge, back again.
And Nightstar.
Nightstar as Blueblood.
Julius.
All right, I'm going to talk about this line right here. Most people probably recognize that this is a reference to Turnabout Storm, where Phoenix is just suddenly surprised that the judge is here. Now, in the original script, this was the exact same joke that it was in Turnabout Storm, where Phoenix and Judge are just supposed to be like, "Oh my God, you're here!" But one of our writers, I believe it was James, he wanted to make this joke just slightly different. So that's why the joke is that the judge was like, "Oh, I knew you would be surprised that I'd be here."
I was in on it the whole time.
Yep.
But Phoenix is like, "What? What are you doing here?"
Twilight, explain.
And that's the next thing Phoenix says. It's just like, Twilight, explanation now.
What?
I knew you'd be surprised to see me, Mr. Wright.
Knew? But what?
Wait, why
I love the delivery on that.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
Hello,
Hi,
Apollo.
Judge.
Yeah, why is the judge here?
Mr. Justice and Miss Sykes?
They have reverb because they're far away.
Far away.
Your Honor?
Oh, Miss Wright. It seems as though Mr. Wright's
Oh,
brought the
God.
Ow.
It's frozen again.
AlJavis.
AlJavis?
He's
What?
His internet
you're
is
still there.
dying. Slowly
I'm
killing
still here.
itself.
This is going to be a sloppy DC.
Ooh,
This is
yeah.
gonna be a very sloppy DC.
It's gonna be real good.
We're professional.
Professional.
But anyways, you're looking at. But don't worry, I'm recording everything.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll cut off some stuff if I have to. But anyways, I want to mention that the original voice actor for the judge in Turnabout Storm actually contacted me. He asked me, "Hey, can I be the judge for this?" And I was like, "Oh man, we already got Thespio though." So yeah, I had to turn him down. But now I know that like if Thespio ever has to drop the role, I can get him.
OG
So
judge.
We know who to go to.
we know who to go to. Yeah.
You
I also want to mention that like I was excited that I knew he was going to be a good judge, Thespio, because
It's Thespio.
yeah, it's Thespio, of course. But like I heard a little bit of his judge in another project called Turnabout Clef, I think. And it was an SFM, but it was based off of, it's like a sequel to Turnabout Storm. And the funny thing about that that project was they actually had a Duramuro in that project who was going to play you know who in it.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
they actually got her, but it's been like years since I saw that trailer, and I guess the project never came to be. It just be turned into another canceled project.
Turnabout Storm sequel that never went anywhere.
Yep.
But now we're here.
Now we're here
somewhere
to bring the justice to light.
But I think about the series is that like and the fact that these voice actors are still trying to find projects for Turnabout Storm sequels or whatever. It shows how strong like this, how great the project was back in the day and how much they wanted a sequel.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of legendary at this point. It ran for a total amount of 11 hours.
Oh, just wait till...
A fan work that lasted 11 hours in total length. That's insane.
Actually,
and now we're going to beat the record.
It was only 8.5 hours long.
Was it?
Yes.
Where'd you get 11 from?
You said 9 last night, too.
Where did you get 11 from?
I swear to God, I saw a whole cut that was 11 hours long.
Are you sure about that?
We watched.
But anyways,
we watched the entire thing. I can tell you it was only 8.5 hours.
Oh God, the rewatch.
But yeah, like seeing these people like come together for my project, and I'm the one that actually brought it together and actually got it to go. And the fact that so many people are gonna watch this despite my development hell, it shows just how much passion this project has. So, which is why I'm so happy to be continuing with it. And now let's move on.
Twilight, what exactly is going on here?
Oh, here it is.
Oh God!
Did I forget to mention that I summoned
this background?
Yeah, the background.
Who wants to start?
All right. So this background, I mean, the background itself, I did with the help of Kimetics.
TheAljavis?
It's such a nightmare. It killed him.
He didn't want to remember that awful, awful night.
Oh God, he's dead.
TheAljavis. TheAljavis.
Future Owl, cut this out.
Somebody's OC is just the most noticeable person back there.
I know, it's the one everybody comments on when they see this episode.
Yeah,
I hope they saw this.
Who's that guy wearing a tie back there?
I don't know. I have no idea who that is.
Never seen that OC before.
Yeah, and Athena behind him and to his left, as someone said.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
Hey,
don't worry, the entire thing was recording, so I got all your stuff. Anyways, yeah, like this OC over here is the one people talked about them.
I thought it was Tombstone for a second.
Like cruise control.
Javis, stop dropping.
What? I'm right here.
You keep dropping.
Your internet's trying to kill itself, sir.
It really is trying to kill itself.
Anyway,
talk about
the background is not the focal point here. It's the characters in the gallery.
Yeah. That to find like different characters to fit into the background. Of course, you're going to see a little bit of Apollo over here and Flesh over here because, you know, they're like in the far left of the courtroom. So, of course, you're going to see them a little bit. It's finding these that was the problem. Flitter was all right. I found surprise. And I had to find like different OCs just to see if they fit into the courtroom.
And that one rouge colored OC there.
Which is Lyra just recolored.
It's Soundman. Soundman literally just took Lyra's vector, recolored it, and be like, "Here, this is
fill it in.
Put them in the gallery."
Yep.
We also made a blue Fluttershy. And say it, Serenity.
No.
I want you
her name shall never be mentioned.
Let's go now. Let's go now. I'm going.
There's been so much going on. I guess it just slipped my mind. But hey, it is a nice surprise seeing
we
it
have to
again,
live with our mistakes forever.
Yep.
Even the judge is more aware of what's going on here than I am. That's a new low. So, why did you summon him again? I thought you said Princess Celestia is the one who usually presides as the judge.
Hey, callback.
Was this another
Yeah,
callback.
The High Council?
No, I just thought you'd be more comfortable having a familiar figure presiding, much like before. So, I put in a request to summon him again, and the court agreed. Besides, your judge
Now she has a legit reason to bring him back.
Wow.
Last time, you know?
Not just say greatest human judge.
Yeah.
Celebration. I knew he'd jump at the
And we got to make use of the High Council again that was mentioned in Turnabout Storm.
You want to mention more about that?
No, I don't.
No.
Fine.
Sheesh.
And I can't think of a judge more fair than him.
So, people in the audience, now you know what to watch out for.
It's a reference.
Davis, what'd you do?
I hope you all have as wonderful a time
Hey,
here
that
as I
track
did.
cut really abruptly right there.
Well, they were kind of dragged along, so they had no choice.
If I may interject, may we cease this chit-chat and...
Pause.
Yeah.
The episode.
Yeah, it's time. It's time we talked about him. Blueblood himself.
So, Blueblood. This snarky little man.
So,
Al, you are the director. I'll allow you
Who
to
wants to go first?
all right. So, the reason why I wanted Blueblood to be the prosecutor is because, I wanted a Winston Payne prosecutor, someone who's kind of not, I wouldn't say throwaway prosecutor, but like, he's a tutorial prosecutor basically, and who is like, yeah. So I thought, who would be the best one to do that? Who haven't we seen in a while? And who would do that? Who would be perfect for that role? I was like, oh, Blueblood. And something we should mention in the original script, actually, you can go ahead and take over, Serenity.
All right. So in the original script, Blueblood was a lot more like Winston Payne. He made very poor arguments, or at the best, he made moderate appeals. In this new script, as I'm pretty sure almost everybody's aware, he's a lot more formidable. he makes very strong arguments. He backs Sphinx into a corner at one point and is only saved by Twilight. And he has he's a very, very creative imagination.
Very creative imagination.
But we'll get to that point when it comes up. So yeah, I mean, like, I don't have much more to say. The people who really made Blueblood who he really is, I have three people to thank for that. James and Destro are the ones who wrote Blueblood in this way. I came up with like pretty much how the trial would proceed. Those two took Blueblood's lines and
they're the one who gave him life.
Yeah, and then of course I can't not mention Nightstar.
I adored his performance so much. He is by
I love
far
his performance.
Become one of my favorite Bluebloods, and that's a very high bar, you see. He did such an amazing job with making me want to punt this man across the courtroom.
Like, everyone wanted to just like abuse this poor dude. Like,
don't you? How dare you say this poor fool?
But yeah, but his performance like really hit it out of the park on making him as punchable as possible.
Yes, very much so.
On top of that, I'm pretty sure he said this was his first big voice acting role.
Yeah, this is his first time voice acting something big.
Knocked it out of the park, dude.
Knocked it out of the park. Very impressive first time.
Yeah. I love you, Nightstar.
Yeah, we love you, Nightstar. He's a giant memer too, so...
Now, enough of this wholesome garbage. Let me tell you why I have such a massive vendetta against Blueblood.
Go ahead.
Because...
Do you need to explain?
Yes, I need to explain. Because I'm pretty sure when the watch party comes out, people are going to ask a whole lot of questions of why I hate him so much. And it doesn't have to do with anything canonity in the show, believe it or not. I fostered a hatred from this man from a fan project that was, I believe, I want to say it was, I can't remember the full title of the show, but it was more or less a radio show with Octavia and Vinyl Scratch. That was a fan project.
I may recall this.
I know what you're talking about.
And they had Blueblood on the show where he was promoting a, public pool that he opened up in Kennerlot. And he was the most asshole-ish person I've ever heard ever in my entire life. And it just set this seed of hatred within me back when I was but a young lad. And it's just festered ever since. And then it came to flower, came to blossom here. And I think it helped with my performance a little bit.
Yeah, you're there's something I should mention, Ashley. Like, you hated this character so much that it added to your frustration to your performances.
It was so frustrating. It was the most frustrating thing in my entire life because I hated that he was making fair arguments, and I'm like, stop!
Stop using your brain.
Stop using your peanut brain. Stop it!
I remember listening to that. Was it Vinyl Octavia Scratch Tapes? I think that's called.
Oh, yeah, the tapes.
Yeah, the tapes. That's what it was called. I listened to it recently. Was it a couple months ago?
Yeah.
Both versions. Because there's 2 versions. Believe it or not. It's funny because the image I always had from Blueblood was from another audio project called Scan for Prints. And it's definitely one of the funniest radio plays out there.
It's pretty good stuff. They
did
an amazing job on
he
that.
was such an idiot.
He's such a bumbling idiot.
He got lost in his own backyard. He went feral.
He went feral. Oh my god.
It was beautiful.
I'm guessing like those 2 Bluebloods culminated together and to create this one Blueblood over here.
That's kind of what I'm imagining. And it's perfect. It's honestly perfect.
Him and his stupid horn extensions.
Let's move on.
Moving on.
Oh, of course. My apologies, Mr. Prince Blueblood, correct?
Yes, Mr. Prince Blueblood.
Animation.
Oh,
thanks to H3.
Look at his hair go.
Oh, great.
Yep.
A prosecutor who looks like they're going to ensure an unpleasant experience.
Oh, you have no idea, me.
What are you supposed to be?
I love the swiping.
Your worst nightmare.
Yeah.
What?
I actually forgot about the swiping as the episode went on.
Phoenix Wright. I'm Miss Palmel's defense attorney.
Ah, so it is you then. The famous Phoenix Wright, the human lawyer who served as the defense in the TS5 incident?
Alright, let's talk about TS5
Right.
incident.
This we have to talk about. This is
something.
TS5, of course, people will know, is a direct reference to Turnabout Storm. TS, Turnabout Storm, and the 5 came from 5 out of 4.
This was something that was in the original script, and as soon as I saw this, I was like, "AljaVis, you clever, clever man!" Because in every, or not every Ace Attorney game, but most Ace Attorney games, there's always that XX number incident that happened so many years ago or something.
Ah, yes, you're Phoenix Wright, the one responsible for the B5.
Yeah, but for once, this is an incident that we should know about.
Yes.
For once, we actually know what the incident is going into the story. It's not just this, incident that we learn about later, like in the final case or something, or case 4 or whatever. This time, we actually know the incident going in. We're like, oh yeah. Turnabout Storm.
It'd be funny if he said TS6 incident.
Because there was technically 6 parts.
It was technically 6 parts, yeah.
Exactly.
But TS5 sounds...
TS5 does sound pretty official.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, good job, AljaVis. I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
Sounds like our legal system isn't the only human thing ponies imitated.
The trial that took place a year and a half ago, following that unfortunate incident near Ponyville.
He must be talking about Rainbow Dash's trial. I suppose it must have been.
She almost got sent to the sun.
Considering the circumstances.
Yep.
I must say,
Did the court record thing ever get used during this episode, or are you saving that for
Oh yeah, hold on. Let's talk about the court record.
Oh yeah, let's talk about the court record. Yeah. I was gonna set it up, but I was kind of too late because I literally just finished rendering this episode hours before I had to leave my flight to another state, and I didn't have enough time to get the court record put together. And I don't know if I should put the court record back, get the court record ready for the next episode, because technically only one thing got updated, as far as I remember. Only one piece of evidence got updated.
Right. And
but yeah, but other than that, I will have an actual court record for case 2. Starting at case 2, I'll have the court record ready, as like the moment like a new piece of evidence comes in, or if evidence gets updated, I will give a link or something.
Or if a new character shows up.
Or if a new character shows up, I'll update that court record like in like the top right corner or whatever the thing is called, or just
and by the way,
description.
The ages that we gave the canon characters are just
my god.
So don't tell us about them.
Yeah, the ages that we gave the main 6 and the ponies, that's just like personal.
A guesstimate.
That's a guesstimate. They're not real ages. They're just guesstimates.
We didn't.
And I know for a fact that people. I know for a fact that once people.
Oh, this was a problem. This was a freaking problem.
Oh, I know. Like the moment people see these ages, they're gonna be like, "This is not according to my fan fiction." Like.
It's according to ours.
It's according to ours, so you have to deal with it.
So there.
This case could not be
Take
more
that.
open and
Take
shut.
that.
Take that.
I'd recommend giving up before I bring the same shame and humiliation upon you that I brought upon the rest.
I
of you
wish it could have been Blueblood.
As a stallion of
Yeah, on
royal
his side at
blood,
least.
On his side.
commoners such as yourself is something I am simply incapable
I
of
like the
doing.
idea of Blueblood having been a prosecutor all this time.
Not to make a good first impression, aren't you, buddy?
And one of actual repute.
Now,
Like,
I think it's about time we got on with the trial. Will the prosecution please begin their opening statement?
Of course, Your Honor.
Here we go, Phoenix.
now, children, enough bullying each other.
All right, time to get into the actual meat of this trial.
Here we go.
1 hour
Here we
in.
go.
Was being performed. I have the most
Good mixing.
pleasure for the play here.
Yes, Professor Layton tracks.
Yes, very good.
All right, I want to talk about. I want to talk about this. Well, not this
Nine
post
dancing
per se,
pony.
but the fact that this took place at the Bridleway Theatre. Again, this was not something that was mentioned in the original script, nor was it mentioned in episode 1, even though everything about it is like, this is obviously the Bridleway Theatre. It's the theater that was at the end of Rarity Takes Manhattan.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just establish that this was Bridleway Theatre, and I also wanted to say the name of the play out loud, just so people could be like, "Oh, that was the play at the end of Rarity Takes Manhattan."
And besides, the
All
show in
comes
question
together.
Completely sold out 7 hours before the play even started.
Because one of the big, like, I guess you could say, quote unquote, clues was the fact that, the rope that was used in the murder was actually used in the episode. You can actually see it in that episode.
You can also see it on the freaking poster.
Yeah, which is why the poster is what it is. It's literally just a screenshot from the episode.
Yep.
Suppose if you're still here, you could watch
It is a pretty good
Really
poster.
into watching races like all of the young
And
people
just a little hint.
My brother is, though.
You might want to
He's
like keep that race in mind.
I noticed most people were taking note of that race. Be like, case
Good.
2, case 2. So,
Here's another thing.
They're already
Also,
keeping it in mind.
Playwright. Look
Yeah,
at
we actually get to see Playwright.
Not Playwright.
Yeah, Playwright.
I mean, not Playwright. Not Playwright. Overall
This is not the
concept. What
first
have I
time
done?
this happened.
What have I done?
I'm sick. I'm sorry.
Overall you're the one who did this to me. Overall
You fell
concept.
for my trap, Al.
This is actually
Anyway,
something
overall concept. We actually get to see his face.
Yes,
I never,
overall concept.
I always had an idea of what he would look like, but I never actually drew the face or whatever. I just know what he would look like. which I was surprised I did not make a profile thing for her, but at the same time, like I was afraid that if I made my own profile for him, like it would not be like MLP like accurate. So luckily, H3 like helped out with that, and MV. Shout out to H3 and MV, our lovely animators and riggers.
They did such an amazing job.
Yay.
Anyway, I just want to say, this is not the first time you've screwed up overall for... Okay, actually, I want to talk about this autopsy report. Never mind.
Yeah.
There's too many things here to talk about. Oh my god.
I know, there really is.
This is not the first time you screwed up overall Playwright, by the way. You screwed up their names in the script so many times, I had to go back and through the script and be like, you messed it up here, you messed it up here, you messed it up here.
Yeah, I know.
When did Playwright die?
I'd better remember that detail.
Turns out there were 2 victims.
As for the defendant in this case, that would be the victim's assistant, Miss Coco Pamel.
I want to hug Coco.
Oh look! Oh my gosh!
Oh yeah, I want to mention this. People were, for some reason, actually, there is a legit concern that like they didn't get to see like the actual like layouts. So here you go, people.
There's the layout.
It's only a whole year late.
Mr. Concept in the dressing room. Attempting to save himself, Mr. Concept fled, but Miss Pamel gave chase. The victim ran up to the catwalk that runs above the stage.
An hour in already, huh?
Actor still performing below.
Yeah.
It was on this catwalk.
What are we, like 18 minutes in?
And mercilessly attacked him once more.
OC.
Knocking him unconscious.
Yeah, we're 18 minutes. Yep. OC. It's funny because overall concept and overall in Coco, it makes sense.
Wasting no time, she wrapped a noose around the unconscious victim's neck.
Co-concept.
Was that a missing sound effect?
No, the sound effect was there.
Okay. I know there's 2 missing ones, and the reason for that is a very long story.
I can't wait to hear it.
Oh.
I drew that, by the way.
He drew it.
You draw fast. Can we talk about that?
Can we talk about the black and white pictures, please?
All right, fine. When I made like the black and white still images,
No, hold on. I want to provide the lead up to this. So we were considering. I was like, okay, we need some black and white images for the witnesses' testimonies, and we were like, all right, let's see. We should probably have one that's overall hanging at the theater. We should probably have one where Playwright is seeing Coco and overall running by. One where Playwright sees Coco on the catwalk, and one where overall and Coco are working in the dressing room. So I tell Al, I was like, all right, these are the 4 images that we will most likely need. And it's like, how long will it take to make all these? He sketches up in like, I kid you not, an hour of all 4 of them. He's like, here, how does this look? And I'm just letting her like, what the heck? How did you do this?
You wizard. You madman.
Anyways, let's
explain
move on.
yourself and your sorcery.
Well, it's called getting experience in drawing, and in fact, these black and white images, they're actually fully colored. I just put a black and white filter on them.
That's the most insane thing. Is that you didn't just sketch them. You didn't just, shade them. You fully colored all of them and then put a black and white filter over it. It's my brain is breaking at the amount of effort that you managed to put forth in the span of such a short amount of time.
Yep.
That is the great thing about drawing ponies. They are pretty simple to draw.
They're very simple to draw.
And yet, when I try to draw one, it just sort of looks bad.
I love your drawings, Serenity.
My drawing is terrible.
It makes me experience joy.
Oh God!
Now I want to see one.
Wait, hold on.
No,
is it?
No. Let's just go. Let's just move on.
Okay.
Show me, Soundman.
I'll get it to you soon.
Thank you.
I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. This is just pure speculation. What makes you think my client is the killer? She and the victim were good friends.
And you think the fact that they were friends is enough to let her off the hook?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
I expected
yeah, that's all we need to know. They were friends. Oh, honestly, go free.
This is Equestria. How is it not?
Friendship is magic.
Friendship is magic.
Friendship is tragic.
Blueblood.
Oh no.
And for your
Oh,
information,
I love this running
as
joke
said,
of Prince Blueblood just having to clarify his name for everybody.
Yeah.
This is like one of the only jokes I actually wrote in the episode was Prince Blueblood correcting everybody about his name.
Must be playwright.
Right.
Just shows that he's insecure about his title.
Yeah.
He's a sad, sad little man.
Doesn't say anything too conclusive
Just
before you
just
even
wait
begin.
until that title gets challenged.
Please call
Oh
this
my
witness
god.
to the stand.
That's the best part.
Of course, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So
Oh.
far,
Now we get to see playwrights.
New rig.
Look at him!
Witness,
Look at the new rig. He looks so
He's-
pretty.
He's such a cute little coffee bean.
I'm the director of Bridleway Theatre.
And he gets a cadenza track.
Sure that all of my plays are nothing short
List
of
is jazz.
your
I love
best
this.
for the craft is doing
Al, you picked this out in episode 1.
Yeah,
so
I picked this
thank
out.
you.
It's the it's
Age,
the
regret, and retribution.
Yes,
Yep.
it is. I couldn't stand
it's the
around
it's the
hoop
cadenza
steps.
version of
I was
it.
worried that they
I was
would
trying to
fit
figure like
some
what
sort
theme
of
should I
way,
give
you
this
see.
guy, and I thought this one would fit best him. So
Yeah.
This track
That's
makes
fun.
you so slip out of your chair. It's so smooth. Makes you want to jive. Makes you want to dance.
Most of the
Dude.
music in this makes me want to
Age
jive.
3, by the way, made that rig. So shout out to him again.
This is it, Phoenix.
Perfect.
What a glow up.
Alright. Alright, ready? Pause.
Here we go.
Pause right here.
Pause.
Pause. Pause.
Oh my
Alright.
god.
Look at all of these people.
This
Hey,
is
who's
where it
that?
all started. This is where it
on
all
the right, on
started.
the right, on the
It
right
begins
side,
here.
in the middle row. Who's that? Who's that? You
MV?
see that on the yeah, look. It's our
MVP.
boy MV.
Yeah, it's
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Look at
MV is over there. MV's OC
Middle-
is in that. Over
Middle
there.
right. Middle right is where
Middle
MV
right.
is.
That's MV's OC right there.
Look at him. He's so cute. Little glasses.
You can see like the main 6, well, half the main 6.
And they say
you see-
nothing during the entire trial other than Rarity.
And
You ever
here's
hear
like,
Applejack being like,
and
"Fuck
this is
your-
actually
fuck
like,
yourself, Rarity."
and this is actually, I forgot, I think Serenity's idea or somebody, but like they said, let's just have like the WAA guys like be in the background too. Like,
Yeah, this was my idea. I wanted the gallery to actually be populated with ponies that we could actually recognize, because in the Ace Attorney series, at least in the Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, there's, you know, models in the background, but they're like unrecognizable people. So I was just like, you know what would be cool is if we could actually put ponies in the gallery and people can actually see who they are.
yeah.
So it took a lot more work than I thought I was going to, because I literally just thought we were just going to be like, all right, here's this vector, put there, here's this vector, put it there. I did not realize we were going to have to go on an hours-long scavenger hunt throughout the internet to find all these different vectors. Because if I know that, I would be like, nah, screw it, don't even bother.
But I was like,
But it
I was
turned
just
out
so,
good.
I was so emotionally invested in it, and I really wanted to make sure that entire gallery was full. I'm like, I don't care. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this somehow.
Yeah, we started, and then we got a good ways through. We got the main 6, we got the Rarity Agency, we got, you know, the classic background ponies like Lionel, Octavia, Lyra, and Bonbon. We got all the classics in there.
Doctor Who.
And then we realized it's really hard to find front-facing vectors.
They are.
So hard.
That's what
But
let us
now, but now we are prepared because for next time, because Age 3 like made rigs that can help make background ponies. So
Yay!
Yep. And of
Hopefully
course,
hopefully I can petition my own OC to be one of those one day. Maybe
I have been thinking about that. Like I've been thinking about like maybe we should have like
Oh yeah, I mean, like I definitely
people's
feel like we should put the staff OCs in the gallery. You know, at some point,
Well-
everyone should get a chance to be in the gallery at some point.
The issue with mine is it's kind of continuity breaking, but
Yeah,
Look, we
mine's big and fluffy.
We could remove the part of it that's continuity breaking, Julius.
just put him in a jacket. There you go. In a nice,
and of course,
in a nice suit.
we can't forget about the one who's in the top right corner.
Ah, yes.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Angry
There's
Mare.
no one in the top right corner.
Angry Mare with rainbow hair.
Oh, it's a coloring error.
Oh yeah,
yes, yeah, I guess that's true.
It was supposed to be Rainbow Dash. We just messed up the colors.
But why does she look so angry?
Shush, quiet.
Well, because, you know...
Is it because she's sitting next to Derpy?
Yes.
It's because... Yeah,
actually,
that's it.
It's because she's behind MV.
Mm-hmm. You know what? That's true. That's true. She's like, who's this man in front of me right now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in front stage. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
She's so mad about it. Look at her.
She was here for
zoom
a total
in,
of
zoom in,
4 seconds.
zoom in on her face, Al. Look how angry she is.
Yeah, I know.
Rainbow Dash.
Who actually got that vector? Somebody actually made that
Envy
vector
did.
for us. Envy did? Okay.
Yeah.
Because that was one we actually did make ourselves.
Yeah.
Although I think Envy just took a Rainbow Dash vector and colored it orange.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now see, that's all you guys have to say. You don't have to make it sound like like you had to commit like a blood sacrament to summon this vector from the depths of hell or something.
For the other ones, we did.
Look,
because that's what it sounds like.
We didn't have to do much to get the Wobnyar vector, but the other one.
What?
What do you mean? What?
Wobnyar?
Wobnyar. You remember Wobnyar, right?
No.
What really? Wait, hold on a second.
Turnabout Storm.
You don't remember who Wobnyar is?
Julius?
No, I don't. It sounds like you're speaking in Eldritch tongues to me,
Oh
sir.
my God,
this is a real thing.
All right.
This is a real thing.
This was a running joke in Turnabout Storm, where Pinkie Pie's like, it was probably Rainbow Dash's evil twin sister, Wobnyar. And then, and then she actually shows up at the end of. Then she actually shows up at the end of Turnabout Storm, and you know she's like this orange, like mare with rainbow hair.
I remember now.
So we were just like, wouldn't that be a nice little Easter egg? Just throw Wobnyar in there.
Now keep in mind, Serenity, the reason why I forgot is because that was back in 2012.
You're telling me?
2013.
2013, sorry. Do you know how old I was back then?
I'm sorry. Are you telling me that you have not watched Turnabout Storm 40 times?
No!
How dare you?
Mr. Wright.
What?
You lived it, Mr. Wright. You should remember this.
I do remember the vast majority of content.
Well, remember, he didn't remember at the time. He had to jog his memory a bit.
It's also been 8 years for me on the human world, so shut up. I'm sorry I forgot about Wobnyar.
But yes, okay. We always knew we wanted to put Wobnyar in the gallery. It was the other ponies that we were just like, oh crap, we need to fill in more space, and we're already out of like ideas. We can't just keep recoloring the main 6 because that would just look repetitive and out of place.
Friggin' Wobnyar, what a name.
It's just rainbow backwards. It's a reference. It's a reference. It's reference to Furio. It's reference to Furio T. Greg. You know that one antagonist from Case 3 of Trials and Tribulation.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And now let's finally move on from this debacle.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh god, that went on way too long.
Look, it's Playwright.
There's a lot to say.
We set up time.
And
we set out time. I
just want to mention.
I have over 60 hours of. I have over 60 hours of recording space. I can do this.
Anyways, by the way, this zoom in animation took a while to get it right.
It's so good.
It was slick, dude.
It was pretty good.
It's so slick.
Graphic was made by YDGeon.
Shout outs to YDGeon, who effortlessly made that 3D witness testimony and the cross examination.
He comes onto the team in like an hour. He has this graphic for us.
Yeah.
Both of them actually, both the witness testimony and the cross examination.
He didn't have to, but he did it anyway.
Blew my goddamn mind.
We didn't even ask for it. He was just like, here, I made this.
And I'm like, you're in the team.
Shut up and take my talent.
And now, he's part of the team helping me with the HD sprites.
Right.
So there you go.
Anyway, on to the actual testimony.
Questioning moderator.
I'm pretty proud of this drawing, actually. Especially with the way I drew Coco. Look at her.
So I love Coco.
She looks so cute.
Coco's such a sweet little bee.
This was the drawing that had to be most precisely drawn because we had to make sure Overall's mouth couldn't actually be seen because of what happened later in this episode, where it's like, maybe Overall brought the fabric roll up to the catwalk. Well, we have to make sure you can't see his mouth, so you can't confirm whether or not that's actually true.
Yeah, you can barely see him in this corner over here, so it makes sense that he would see him for a split second, and if he really missed, if it's 1 second later, he would have missed him.
You also can't tell exactly which direction Coco's coming from.
Yeah, because that's where she stopped.
That's where another thing we had to get right is that we had to make sure it was nebulous where Coco was coming from. Because, you know, she actually comes from the left, but it has to also be believable that she's from the right.
Yeah. Now let's move on.
Zapple really pulls off the mean director vibe.
Also made this too. This one took the longest time, mainly because to get these rails right in terms of the perspective. So
right, it's the cakewalk rails.
Yeah, yes, the cakewalk rails.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Ugh, I hate that line. Not because of how Zapple said it, because of how it was written.
You are very... It's very easy to convince.
Yep, we're keeping that thing
still
there.
Running.
That's still the running joke.
Yep, it's now intentional this time.
Yeah, now it's being done on purpose.
Let's just hope that he gets it right. If he does say it right when the time comes.
You know what, Al? Serenity, I don't know if you wrote it in the script note, because I haven't read that far ahead, because I got scared for the 93 pages I still have to record. But if Playwright, at the very end of the episode, says, I was wrong all about you, Coco.
Can we cut all of this from the actual director's commentary?
Okay.
I would be so happy. And why would we cut it?
Because we don't want you, like, someone on the staff to be theorizing what's going to be happening in the script that they have.
It's literally me hoping that he calls her by her right name, man. It's not like I'm exposing something here, like it's all changed.
I mean, technically, he's not exposing. He just thinks it could happen.
I'm hoping it happens, because it would be such a sweet little thing.
All right.
He finally got her name right.
Yes, that would be nice if it happens.
Yes, it would be incredibly nice, wouldn't it? Looks our hard camera.
I had a misunderstanding about Playwright and Coco's relationship that I told Serenity about, and I'm still ashamed of it. Because
Explain?
Look. Okay. It wasn't voiced yet. I was reading it straight from the script, and I was getting the impression that there was no romantic interest, but that it was blossoming into the foundation of a romantic interest. And then the new Rick came along, and he's an old man, and it's bad, and the idea was terrible, and I felt so ashamed.
Oh my
God. I heard him say that to me, and I was just like, where did you even get that from?
Well,
his deepest desires.
I don't want to see it.
Oh my God! You took Aljavis's little joke in the previous watch party where Playwright just says, "I screwed her." You took that way too literally.
Well, you know what? Let's move on.
We've got Soundman.
Yeah, let's move on.
Out.
Let's move on.
Take it when you can.
Take that.
Take that.
Stage, watching my play.
All right, time for the longest cross-examination ever.
It really is so long.
I have so much to say about this.
You have so much to say because God.
I have so much to say for the longest cross-examination. Oh God.
We shouldn't have to pause during this.
Let's get through this part. This is all stuff that was in the original script. So this is all stuff that Aljavis originally wrote.
Yep.
This scene made me sick of questioning Moderato.
So the defendant really was chasing the victim?
Yes, I have no doubt in my mind.
You might not, but I do. Besides, you can't pronounce Coco Pomel's name properly.
He seems pretty confident.
Don't they all? Anyway, all we need to get the ball rolling is a contradiction in his testimony.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
All right, this is new. This was not
new. Yes. You know what? I kind of don't want to pause because this is just such a long cross examination.
Yeah, this whole stage right, stage left joke. Aljavis is the one who was like, "Hey, can we make this into a joke?" I was like, I was telling him, was like, one of the things that was in the original script that I thought was odd is that no one is referring to the stage sides as, you know, stage left, stage right, or house left, house right. Mm-hmm. I was like, I was explaining to him like the difference between the two and how they should be referred to in the script, and Aljavis was just suddenly like, "Hey, why don't we make this into a joke?" And I was like, "Yep, sure, let's do that."
Absolutely irrelevant.
Make me seem like a freaking idiot.
Of course. My apologies.
Don't know my left from my rights.
To be fair, like I think people will be confused about this too.
Oh God! If you've ever worked in a theater, this is stage left and stage right. House left, house right is the bane of any actor's existence.
Are you referring to it as the house left wing? In that case,
oh God.
No, I was on the other side.
But you just said you were on the left side.
Do you know anything about the performing arts?
Yes, it does.
Yep, it does.
I mean, I was in the art department in college. I actually wanted to.
Now this little bit here is just added in to explain why Playwright is behind the curtain at all. Because normally that's not where directors go. Directors are usually watching the stage from the audience.
On a career choice I gave up on nearly 15 years ago.
But Playwright needs to be back there in order for this story to progress properly.
Yep.
So this is just something we added in there to explain why he's back there.
Yep.
But it's also called the house right wing. You
have to work around my flaws as a writer.
I had to fill in the holes Aljavis left in the script.
The gaping holes.
So is it left or right?
On to this part, which is where I had to add the most information.
And call it the right side. Does that make you feel better?
Yes, actually. Anyway, why watch from the side? Wouldn't directors normally watch from the audience?
You're right. Many directors do tend to watch from the audience, but I like to be up close and personal during a performance.
The way his glasses moves is cute.
My performers are at the top of their game.
Alright, here's the first little detail. The fact that he...
The stage manager.
Yep.
That was on the original script.
Nope.
Does the stage manager have a name?
No.
No, we never did.
He's not an actual character. He's just literally just there to provide an alibi for Playwright. This is another thing that was added, the intermission. This is another thing that was not in the original script. And all these actions that Playwright is describing.
Suddenly, I saw Mr. Concept being chased by Mr.
There's a lot of details that we could have said in the first episode.
Yeah,
but...
ideally all this stuff should have been said in episode 1. But
the stage for any potential screw-ups from your actors?
Since it wasn't, again, just like the glitter in Coco's mane, I had to add all these details here in this first testimony so that we could reference it again later on.
Yep.
I did complain to my stage manager, though. He was standing right next to me during both acts of the play.
His stage manager was with him. I suppose that gives him a solid alibi then. Were there any breaks?
This is one thing I actually not
such a
big of.
A 15-minute intermission between acts 1 and 2.
Uh-oh.
And what
yeah, there we go.
That time?
Overseeing the stage hooves work. They had a lot to do to get ready for the second act, you see.
What did this
Oath matters nothing.
Well, they had to completely clear the stage of all the props, as well as any debris that would cause problems for the actors on stage. Mainly tripping hazards.
What time was all of this happening?
The intermission started at around 8 o'clock and it ended at 8:15. The second act would have run from then until 9 o'clock if Overall hadn't been murdered.
Did you see Overall at all during the intermission?
Actually, I did.
Yeah, right here is like basically saying, it's telling people that, he was not the one who did it.
Yeah, this is one thing that I really wanted to fix in the original script, and...
What did you two talk about?
What just happened?
A private matter.
I don't know.
Nothing to do with this case.
What's going on?
You're not the one who gets to make that judgment, Mr. Playwright.
Alright. Anyway, this is one of the things I wanted to fix in the original script, was the fact that what just happened?
Al died.
Aljavis? Aljavis, you're back.
Boss deadeth.
Mortis. There's a plane.
Aljavis, you good?
Are you still there? Hello?
Yeah, we're still
we're all still here. Are you here?
Aljavis?
I think he's... Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Remember the first director's commentary?
It went so smooth.
Yeah.
It actually did go smoothly.
I literally cannot hear anything.
Oh, God.
Let me restart Discord for a sec.
This is going fantastically.
Oh, no.
Oh, that could be worse.
Yeah.
Well, while we're getting this set back up, I'm going to go grab another drink.
Well, Julius and PrettyPegasusWings, I never talked to you, so hi.
You talk to me plenty, sir.
I don't talk to you as much as I would like to, and hello, PrettyPegasusWings.
So,
Uh,
you guys excited for the last bits of the case?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
You have
I
any
really
theories?
hope. No, I can't say that because I am currently being recorded.
Oh, I see.
You never know what Al might do with these tapes.
Blackmail?
Blackmail? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
More than certainly.
What's worse than blackmail?
Clearly nothing if Turnabout Storm is, thing to, go from.
Well, just don't do incriminating stuff, I guess.
I still want to know what Rainbow did.
Given the fact that Edgeworth says it's a fetish, opens a whole new spectrum of
Well, it is a horse,
Yeah.
so that could have been it in itself. I just like to think it was Rainbow eating a muffin on her diet.
stuff. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something super innocent that she just is like super freaking out about for no particular reason.
Well, I mean, it goes without saying, but I always thought it was something lightly suggestive.
What?
More than likely.
The Rainbow Dash blackmail.
Oh, I never thought
right.
that. I always thought it was just something embarrassing.
Well, something lightly suggestive could be embarrassing.
I don't know. I always just thought it was something like, maybe her dressing up in, some girly thing or doing some sort of girly thing, like having a tea party or something.
As a kid?
I don't think Rainbow Dash is a person to ever have a tea party.
Well, that's why it would be an embarrassing picture. That's why, I don't know. I never thought of it as something
Commentary this was.
Oh, you're finally back.
Commentators
Man, what a wonderful commentary this was so far.
Mm-hmm.
What
are we, 2 hours in?
2 hours in.
Woohoo.
Whoa!
I gotta restart OBS too. Hold on.
Oh god, did the recording crash? Please don't tell us the recording crashed.
It just stopped recording. That's it. It didn't. I'll just put it together. I'll just put up the derpy face again.
When in doubt.
Derpy it out.
That's gonna be used a lot. This.
Oh, it's gonna be used a lot. I gotta prepare this next time. I didn't think it'd be this bad. Anyways, where were we at in the episode? It was during.
Phoenix was Phoenix was going like, I guess this means Playwright can't be the killer.
Okay, that part.
I still have to mention my piece on that.
All right. Let me get to it. Oh, let me go live. Go live.
Remember what
Share
it was
the
like
screen.
to be free?
Mm-hmm.
Audio was crashing everywhere on my end. I don't know what was going on.
Your internet, sir.
All right, can you see it?
Yeah,
we can see it.
Okay, good. This is going to be the jankiest director's commentary ever.
All right,
You say that now?
I think that's fitting.
Not
Very
that
fitting.
far.
It'll get worse. Don't
Keep
worry.
going back.
All right.
Keep going back.
My God. There's such a long.
Keep going back. Keep going back.
Oh my God.
A little bit more.
Keep going back.
A little bit more.
Keep going
Serenity.
back.
Oh my God.
Keep going back.
This is a long.
Keep going back.
There's a long one.
Keep going back.
It's almost like it's 2 hours, Al.
All right, there we go.
All right, right here.
There you go.
What do you talk about? Just something related to the fabric.
Okay.
It needs to go a bit further, but it's close enough.
Okay.
Save this. Like 25
Recording again.
seconds.
Sorry about that, everybody. I had to restart for a bit. Technical difficulties.
Onwards, so we can.
Is that
finish
going
this
to be
quicker.
a recurring thing in the director's
Yes.
commentary? We just have technical difficulties all the time.
Well, the first episode went incredibly smooth.
Yeah.
So,
All right, let's get onwards.
onwards. And upwards.
Go.
Was just something related to
You can hear, right?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes.
I was
Okay, thank you,
going to be mad if we couldn't
Thank you.
hear.
Thank you.
No, I can't hear a thing. I think I've gone deaf.
He wanted to
Julius.
confirm the details
Mop.
with me.
That must be the special fabric he told Rarity about in his letters to her. Did you see him again after that?
Not until the chase, no.
Even though the two of them met, it would have been before the
All
time
right.
of death.
This is one of the bigger things I wanted to fix in the original script was giving people a reason to actually believe Playwright. Because in the original script, Playwright didn't really have any sort of alibi or anything.
He was pretty
like,
sus.
yeah, suspicion never really fell upon him, and there was never really a reason to not suspect him of anything. So that's why we give him an alibi, why we establish a clear time of death, and why we establish clearly the victim's movements before the crime actually occurs.
Yeah.
So that people actually have a reason to not suspect Playwright anymore.
I was watching the stage from this side, and I looked in this direction to see what was causing all the ruckus.
So, you were facing the dressing room then?
Yes.
How exactly did you know it was them? Isn't the backstage dark during the play?
Yes, but not pitch black. I was able to make out their silhouettes. Not to mention, they were the only two ponies who were on that side of the stage.
It's almost like they have good characters
On
there.
that side. Does that mean there was...
It's another thing that was added: the stage hooves.
Yes, the stage
Yep.
moves I mentioned.
Yes.
They exist. Again, these aren't really actual characters. They just exist to explain what the circumstances of the stage are before and after the crime.
Before we move on, I forgot to put something.
What?
There we
Craig is
go.
already in here.
There.
What happened? What's going on? What'd you forget?
I forgot to put Craig in.
Craig was already in here.
Then they returned to the left.
Oh, it wasn't on my end, so.
Oh.
In that case, what brought you to the conclusion that Coco was chasing Overall? Couldn't it have been one of the stage hooves that left their post?
Objection! Sorry, human, but that's impossible. The stage hooves were all interrogated after the incident. They claimed that not a single one of them left the right wing during the second act. I assume your next proposal is going to be that all of
this is how you can
like that?
this is how you can tell that I've played way too many mystery games.
This seems unlike...
Call me out like that,
because
Blueblood.
my first impression is that people are going to be like, all of the stage shows did it. So I was just like, no, we're not going down that road.
But I would like Mr. Playwright to clarify...
That would be a classic Professor Layton twist.
Yeah.
No,
All of them did it.
no, actually, it would be that the stage never existed.
Oh my god.
It would be that the entire theater was just actually in itself.
It was a
set.
ruse. Oh my
Now
god,
that's
it was
a
all
Professor
play!
Layton twist.
Oh my god! Oh! My mind just exploded!
I don't blame him.
That's what
He's just
EoJ.
been attacked by his
Yep.
partner, no less.
I'd be more scared than angry if some pony was attacking me.
Also, we haven't mentioned Wubcake at all.
Oh yeah, should we talk about this or?
Her performance is very good.
Wubcake, holy shoot! Like, you know what? I'll actually pause.
we got through the large part.
Wubcake. Well, this is soon after Emo Guy got to drop the role for Twilight and Rarity. We managed to get Rarity relatively quickly, but I was uncertain with Twilight. So I asked around in with what Discord servers I'm in, and I mentioned that I was looking for a Twilight VA for EoJ, and her boyfriend at the time, now fiance, I think.
Congratulations.
He was like, he added Wubcake and was like, "Are you sure? Like, I think it'll be too much." No. And then immediately she was like, "Me," like, "Huh? Me?
Me?
Wait, you? Me?" It's like, "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Are you absolutely sure?" "Yes." "Okay, you're in." She was the best possible replacement for Twilight at the time, so.
Yep. And she did well.
She did amazing. Well. And to
let's just move on.
Oh, we're not going to talk about anything.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Censor this.
Censor me.
There was
you know what would be a good? A censor tone should be an objection. Oh god,
that's something that's actually new too. The clang.
Oh yeah, the clang is a new thing that was added into the rewrite, and apparently that clang sound effect is like famous or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't think people would actually realize it.
Of course.
That's why I just said dispenser going up.
I don't have control over where the sound effects are or which ones we use. So I heard that, and we were getting close to the deadline, and I was like, well, people are probably going to notice, especially Julius, who plays TF2, but it's a source
turns
sound
out everyone
effect.
noticed.
Yeah.
And who made
and it was hilarious,
engineer.
actually.
I've never played Turning Fortress 2 or seen anything related to it, so to me that was just a clanging sound effect. I was like, oh yeah, I know, that sounds good. And then everybody else is like, oh my god, it's the sound effect. And I was like, whoa. What?
The engineer did it! The engineer from TF2 did it!
The murder weapon was the jag.
It was the jag. No, it was the Eureka effect.
He teleported back to base after.
Yep. Teleported right back to spawn. Perfect crime.
Just like every pony else who saw it. Scared, horrified, distraught. My play was ruined, and one of my employees was killed.
I like how he phrases that. My play was ruined! Oh, and one of my employees was killed.
Yep. Priorities.
Priorities.
He's more like that in episode 1, I found.
What?
Just kind of dismissive about it all and uninterested.
Saw Miss Pommel looking down from where Mr. Concept fell.
Hold it! And how did Miss Pommel appear?
Yeah, one thing we did change was we gave a lot more character to the playwright, because I know James in particular was not very fond of him in the first episode. So we definitely worked a lot more on playwright for this episode.
Yeah. He didn't just get a rework. He got like a rewrote. Rewrite. I mean, it is the rewrite. So.
Look at the poster.
And this is another thing that was quote unquote changed. Not really, but we actually do clarify that this rope is part of the play, because in the original script, the rope is just there. It's just on the catwalk, and there's no explanation for it. So, also, that's another line where you can tell I've played way too many mystery games.
Yeah.
Well, this monkey's quick on his feet. This noose was already lying on the catwalk at the time of the crime.
That's right. It was supposed to be used during the climax of the play. But I certainly didn't plan for that kind of climax.
Oh my.
If it makes you feel better, it's a twist ending no one will ever forget.
I love the dark humor.
When exactly
dark humor.
Was this news prepared?
Rib dog.
It was during the intermission. That was another task the stage hooves had to complete before the second act.
Also, Al, did you draw that noose?
Yeah, I know. It ended up being, it's a slip knot instead of an actual noose. I don't know why I did it that way.
Yeah, that noose wouldn't hold anyone.
No.
From that point on,
just wanted to make sure.
Were positioned on the left side of the stage, and I was on the right side with my.
So all of this stage talk is literally just, including this line here, is just to clear up all of the remaining holes that AljaVis had in his original script. I was like, all right, we've got to eliminate all possibilities, the extra possibilities that could explain anything else in this case. Yep. So that's why the stage manager exists. That's why the stage hooves exist. That's why the intermission exists. It's literally to clear up any possible holes in this case.
No one else was on that
yep.
Serenity came in with the flex seal.
Yep.
Started just slapping it right in the holes.
Fix up all of these holes.
I sawed this boat in half.
We sawed the episode in half.
That's a lot of damage.
That's still a lot of plot hole.
Next to Miss Pommel. But I didn't pay them much attention, really.
Glitter-stained fabric roll.
Fabric roll.
This is also something new.
Fabric roll.
Quote unquote new. The fabric roll actually was something that was in the original script. That's we're finally back to something that was from the original script. Is that the fabric roll was on the catwalk when Playwright went up there. The fact that it was glitter stained is new, and the fact that it has splinters is new. But the fabric roll itself was actually there in the original script.
So many of the people I've showed this to always thought that the fabric roll was made out of something flimsy, like cardboard or plastic. But then I have to keep reminding Ben, it's splintered. It's made out of wood.
Yeah, it's made out of wood. We wanted to make that clear, is that it was made out of wood.
It's a big wooden stick.
And what did you do after you found Miss Pommel?
Well, I had to make sure.
And this exchange right here is actually one of the areas where we decided this is where we're going to give Playwright a lot more character.
Yep.
They arrived relatively quickly and arrested Miss Pommel right where I found her.
But how did she respond to you? You must have said something to her when you walked up.
Because Playwright's going to get his redemption moment here in an hour.
Yeah,
an hour.
So we wanted people to actually start being endeared to him.
Crying.
Show that there is a bit of a side of sympathy to him, but it's buried under layers of this,
of perfection.
Yeah.
I just kept watch and let her be until the police arrived.
A classic case of Craggadile.
Also Craggadile. Reference to season 4 premiere.
Do to make themselves appear innocent. Your directing skills must have helped you make that flawless judgment. Good on you, witness.
Thanks.
Although I have to give her credit, she sure made them look real.
That's because they were real.
This line makes me laugh just because of how ridiculous it is.
Murdered him?
So silly.
If I were in her horse.
Yeah.
As you can see,
we're finally near the end of it.
Given a remarkably solid testimony.
Yep. And the contradiction, this contradiction, it was the original contradiction of in the original script.
Yeah.
That's another thing that never changed.
Any closing remarks, witness?
Although it actually makes more sense now because of all the stuff we've established up to this point.
Yeah.
Must have been the one who killed him. I can't see anything else that would suggest.
All right, we can go back to pausing now because we're at the end of the testimony.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm absolutely sure about that last part, witness.
Yes. Nothing else was out of place.
Well, if you ask me, that's far from true.
What? Are you calling me a liar?
Not necessarily. It could be that you simply failed to take something into account.
I'm sorry?
He failed to take something into account, you say? Humor me, then. What is it you claim the witness did not give proper consideration?
That would, of course, be this fabric roll.
Bum-bum-bum!
The fabric roll.
Mr. Playwright, when you saw
I'm
Coco
using this section for testing new mastering, so
anything?
I hear a high argument in my head during all this.
In my testimony, I'm not in the habit of making such a simple mistake as that.
In that case, how does the prosecution intend to account for this?
Also, all this extra build up to the objection music and the epic points and everything.
Yeah.
Another thing that we all had to add into this new script, which is one of the reasons why it's longer, is because there's more suspense. There's more.
Yeah, there is a lot more suspense.
Because in the original script, I mean, no offense to AljaVis, but points were just kind of like stated, just like, objection, this doesn't make any sense. Like, point.
This makes no goddamn sense. What are you talking about?
And then Blueblood would counter with, I don't know, some weak argument that Phoenix would also tear down. There was like no build up to the reveal of what the contradiction was. So and it's like that's one of the things that Ace Attorney strives at, is that there's like, you know, you point out the contradiction, and then Phoenix builds up to the reveal, and then, you know, then he points. There's the epic music, there's the sound effects, and, you know, it gets you pumped.
Starts to pop off.
Yeah, in the original script, Phoenix points out the contradiction pretty much just right off the bat, and that's one of the things that rubbed me the wrong way. I was just like, it feels like you should have built that up a bit more in order to like really pack a punch behind the emotion.
Yeah,
just shouts out, "You're stupid! Shut up!"
Kind of does, yeah. But yeah, but like I said, that's why you're here and the other writers, because it's to make up for my failings as a writer.
Yeah, they're not failings. It's just like, it's inexperience. That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm more inexperienced, honestly.
Also,
I'm probably going to learn more about this.
Entire multi-year project at once.
Yeah.
Playwright ascended to the catwalk after the murder. The testimonies of both Playwright and the stage hooves confirm this. If this is true, then where in the world did the fabric roll?
So about this first contradiction, and this is, as I said, this is the same contradiction that was in the original script. This part didn't change. The only thing that has changed is that now, unlike in the original script, where there was no like confirmation of where, like when the fabric roll could have been placed up there, because in the original script there's no testimony regarding what the catwalk looked like.
What do you mean?
For all intents and purposes, the fabric roll could have just been laying up there this entire time, and nobody brought it up there.
Nobody.
So we had to confirm, like, for 100%, the catwalk was cleared after the incident, or not after the incident, before the incident was cleared.
Yeah.
And then the stage hooves and player were watching the catwalk the entire time, just to make sure, for absolute certainty, no one else could have brought the fabric roll up there.
Well, he'd already started.
This is another thing that was also changed. This is in the original script, that the possibility that someone else brought it up to the catwalk, but it's Playwright in the original script who says this possibility. We changed it to Blueblood just to make him seem more competent and to not make Playwright seem as much of a jerk. Because in the original script, he's kind of like, oh, wait, no. It was actually probably Overall that brought it up there. Which never sat right with me, because it's like, why does it seem like he's trying to blame Coco if that's not his goal?
It would make perfect sense as to why he would
Yeah.
Probably.
So we switched it to Blueblood just to make him seem more formidable and make Playwright seem more sympathetic.
Rather difficult to see something like that, given what
And it
was
worked.
going on.
It works, yes.
Especially in the dark.
God, I hate Blueblood.
I couldn't agree more, Your Honor.
Well, there goes that contradiction. Now what?
Don't give up yet, Phoenix.
Twilight?
I think we still have some room to maneuver. There's something that Blueblood hasn't established yet that demands an explanation.
You're right. Good thinking, Twilight.
Now this section here, this entire section of the motive, completely new to this script.
Very new, yeah. This is never. It was not in the original script at all. In fact, well, we'll get to it, but basically, this entire motive talk was not in the original script at all. So, in fact, like I remember in the original script, they reveal a motive, like in the very end of the trial, and I'm like, looking back, and I'm like, why did I wait until the last moment?
Yes, Prince Blueblood.
Suspense.
No, tension.
Would like to call the defendant herself to the stand.
Oh boy!
That's another thing that's new too. Coco never went into the witness stand
at all during this entire trial.
She did not talk at all in the entire trial in the original script.
How is that relevant to this case?
And thank God she did talk in this trial, or else we never would get the lovely PrettyPegasusWings.
Possibly be of
Yep.
use to us.
What a cute performance.
And her breathtaking performance.
I guarantee I will be able to establish its relevance to the case at hand. Unless, of course, the defense has
we're coming up on something
Oh, yeah,
very
this-
funny.
he's-
Oh, here comes the face.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
Oh, is this it?
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Oh, I remember when I first read
The
this.
prosecution has already made it abundantly clear.
The fact that this has dramatic suspense music in the background makes it
Yeah.
that much funnier.
And builds.
It just makes it so much funnier.
I know.
Here we go.
I would like to point this one line out, where Blueblood lets it slip that he has extra evidence, and Phoenix catches on to it. It's sort of like, I don't know. To me, it's the reason I wrote it that way is because it's like, you know, Phoenix is an experienced lawyer, and he's like he's catching on to the small details, even the little slip-ups that Blueblood lets go.
I have something to say about that.
Wait,
later.
wait, before, hold on. Right, here it comes, here it comes.
Testify, I will call for a ruling.
Oh yeah.
This trial
Mean
I
face.
love that face.
That's the
Cue
face.
the Pillar Man music.
But I love how Blueblood thinks he's like playing chess when he's actually playing checkers.
It's so good.
Checkers. But yeah, age 3. Actually, I'll stop right here. Age 3. When he sent me that animation, on like the quote unquote dangerous look. That's what the file name is called. He said
it's dangerous, all right.
Yeah, he said when I first saw that, I'm like, there's something wrong with his eyes, and like I think you should fix this. But he's like, no, this is intended.
That's perfect.
And I'm like, all right, I'll do it. I was iffy at the time, but after seeing the premiere and seeing people's reaction to that face, I'm like, yep, that's this episode's cakewalk, huh?
Yep.
It's so much more than that.
The only difference is that this was intended.
Yeah, that's the only difference. This was intended. So that's that's episodes 2 meme.
I know it's risky, but Blueblood said he still had some more evidence against Coco. If we can force it out of him, we should still be able to save her. The defense agrees to the prosecution's request, Your Honor. Let's hear the defendant's testimony.
You've dug your own grave, human attorney.
I don't know where to start this, but I have like a 10 to 15 minute spiel about the audio that we can just start whenever something is not going on.
All right. We
Maybe
can
do it
tell.
now.
Like, well, not right now.
Okay, maybe not right now then.
Don't you dare yell at my friend, you pompous jerk!
Order!
Order in the court! Will the pony in the audience please refrain from screaming at the prosecution?
Rarity, now's not the time.
But he deserves it, though.
My name is Coco.
Ah, God, the music.
My heart squeezes.
Yes, was the assistant costume designer at Bridleway Theatre.
Now then, please testify about your current living arrangements in as much detail as you can manage.
Okay.
This is when people's hearts start breaking.
I hope this isn't going to be
This whole section's depressing.
Yeah, it is.
You're welcome.
Mass Inquisition.
Ever since I started living on my own, I've been staying at various hotels across Manhattan. I've never been that wealthy, so that was all I could manage until I met Overall. He took me under his wing as an apprentice, and even offered to let me live with him in his apartment. I brought as much joy to him as he did to me, it seems. I don't know what I'm going to do next.
So, Pretty Pegasus, I actually have a question for you.
Oh, yeah?
How did you, it's a mixture between how did you enjoy voicing our little Coco here, and what did you think of the script overall when you got to read it whilst you were waiting to get your teeth fixed?
Good question, actually.
Yeah. I remember I really enjoyed voicing her. It was nice to do something a little different since funny thing, I often get cast for villains.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, it's because I can get my voice very deep.
Oh my.
Oh, wow.
So that leads to a lot of chrysalis rolls.
Oh my, yes.
Oh, wait, it does
my,
sound a
yes.
little like her.
Yeah, it really sounds scarily like her.
I approve immensely.
So it was nice to do something a little different than villains.
From chrysalis to a sweet little bean.
Yeah, that's a shock to me, actually. Like, I thought you were the person who would like do a lot of cute roles, but a lot of villain.
Oh, I do them.
dark voice roles.
I do Pinky sometimes.
Oh lord, it'd be amazing. Well, yeah, interesting. I'm really glad.
That was an interesting fact. Yeah.
I am really glad I asked that question now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do a lot of work in audio dramas.
So instead of being able to work with, someone who's actually innocent, how do you enjoy the script itself?
Yeah, how was that?
I really enjoyed it. I think at first I skimmed a little bit because I wasn't sure how much time I'd have to sit there. But then I read a few lines and suddenly I stopped skimming. And I kept going through and getting more and more invested in how everything was building up. And then the big moment reveal happened with Coco and my heart just stopped. I was like, oh god, I can't do this here.
Not in public, not now.
I was like, I don't want people questioning why I'm grabbing my heart right now.
It's like you're in the dentist right now. It's like, what are you? Is there something wrong with your chest? Like we're in the middle of we're pulling out your teeth right now.
No. No.
Good to know. Good to know. I almost gave you a heart attack.
In the middle of teeth extraction.
Don't be fooled, Your Honor.
Oh, my poor Anne, if she thought something was wrong with my heart.
She may appear to be grieving.
I don't know
Turns
why.
out.
I don't know why I decided to put some alliteration there. I just did. I don't have a reason for it. I just decided, like, why don't we just alliterate here for some reason? Deviously dancing into light.
I think that's just Blueblood flexing.
Yeah.
Look at me.
I know.
I'm eloquent.
I can speak like a noble.
Yeah, okay, this line. Coco didn't mention any of this to me yesterday.
She didn't.
I wonder why not. The reason is because this didn't exist.
It didn't exist. But now it does.
And of course, I had to draw attention. All right, well, I'll get to that part later.
I will say, I didn't even notice there was any sort of mass rewrite until I was told.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. That means that I managed to fit it in flawlessly with TheAljavis' original script.
Yeah.
Which is, it was something I was worried about, but I was pretty confident I could pull it off.
Oh yeah, you did really well. Yeah, I've seen people do retcons before. Oh.
It helps that there was only one episode before this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It helps immensely, yes.
It would have sucked if I actually did like 2 episodes in and then do the rewrite.
Oh boy.
That's gonna be like level 5 like boss battle.
It doesn't change the fact that he needed her to do
This right here is a reference to Made in Manhattan.
This is a reference to a future episode, actually.
Yeah. It's something that will happen in the future.
Not in EoJ.
In the future of EoJ. In the future of the show, Coco
in the
will
future of
eventually...
MLP. It's the episode where she does her own little play.
Season 5, episode 16, Made in Manhattan.
Yes, I know. You just gotta be careful, boys. Don't want to misdirect anybody. Give them a red herring.
I see. Then perhaps you...
Let me object to you and be a jerk.
Weary of your stalling tactics, human. You are her attorney.
I can be both, Blueblood.
You're here to cross-examine the defendant.
Get Athena down here.
Athena!
I wonder how much effort it takes him to be that unpleasant.
It comes naturally.
Sustained. Please continue with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
I've never been that wealthy, so that was all I could manage until I met Oprah.
It definitely helps that Coco doesn't have much of a backstory prior to prior to Rarity Takes Manhattan, because we could write in pretty much what we needed for her in order to make the case work.
She always made enough for both of us with my...
You can, yeah, but it's another thing altogether to make it believable within the characters, you know, characters' pre-established motives and pre-established story.
Well, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but Coco doesn't have much of a character to begin with.
I just see her as like if Fluttershy was a fashion designer.
I mean, yeah, that is pretty much what her character was.
But now she has so much character. Look, it's overflowing.
Yep, that's all thanks to the rewrite.
Overflowing in tears later on.
Yeah. This is what made me fall in love with Coco.
This episode.
Was he really that?
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is one of the things I felt was missing from the original script, is that there wasn't much of a story outside of the mystery itself. I was like, I feel like, you know, we have all these characters here. We've got Coco, we've got Overall, we've got Coco, and we've got Surrey and Rarity.
You said Coco twice.
You said Coco twice.
I did?
Well, yes. I mean, there's Phoenix Coco and
Playwright,
Coco.
Overall, Rarity, and
yes,
Surrey.
Phoenix Coco.
Phoenix Coco.
And it's like, they didn't really have much of a story going on outside of, you know, the case of who killed Overall. So I felt like it was like, okay, we can probably do more with these characters, actually give them a story that happens as the case is unfolding. It's another thing that's actually absent from the original script is Overall's backstory.
Yeah.
Overall is never anything but the victim in Case 1.
The original script.
In the original script. So we actually we had him we gave him a character, pretty much.
And what a great character.
Yep.
I know, Judge.
Wow. Overall must have been one strong stallion to not
People wondered, like,
but also achieve his life.
why didn't Blueblood object to this throughout this entire like backstory of Overall? But of course, as you can tell, like later on, he set her up.
Yeah, he's setting Coco up to be the villain.
Yeah.
The wolf in sheep's clothing.
Also,
let's continue with the testing.
Fun fact, I have a friend that was watching. Oh no.
Oh.
My heart.
The little right before he said his lines. That's a real grunt. Like he was actually frustrated.
That was the start of me as the voice actor and as somebody who was very invested. Was like, I'm about to go off on this man. Apollo, hold me back.
I want to talk about this part here. So, of course, when I was rewriting this, like I had to account for the fact that none of this was in the original script or mentioned in episode 1 at all. Like I had to be like, okay, what people were going to be asking, like, why wasn't this mentioned in episode 1? Because this is the kind of thing you'd expect to be mentioned if it's like this vital to the case.
Yeah.
So this is where Phoenix is asking, like, hey, why didn't you tell me about any of this? And that in itself becomes like part of Coco's character, and that's I don't know. I really liked adding that little detail in there, and to cover up, cover up one of the potential in order to cover up a potential plot hole. It actually became part of her character arc.
Yeah,
It did really well.
It did really well. Yeah. Found a really good excuse.
I know it because I knew I had to come up with an excuse for it. I just didn't realize it was going to fit so well with what we were already doing.
At the time, I took that to mean you were nothing more than co-workers. Was I wrong when I made that assumption? Coco.
And it also like it doesn't make Coco completely innocent because she did hide something from Phoenix. That's the kind of thing that I prefer in Ace Attorney cases when the defendant isn't just the innocent one. Yeah. I like it when they have a reason or there's something suspicious about them.
My face.
I don't like the look of that.
I don't like the sound of that. What in the world is Coco?
He just thinks he's on top of the world when he makes that face.
He's like, they're playing right into my hooves. Yeah.
It seems. I don't know what I'm going to do now that he's gone.
Here we go.
That's what every
And that's another thing saying. There's no objection in this testimony. It's just a hold it.
It's all hold it.
And then even Rarity said that you told her how happy overall made you feel in your letters to her.
Yeah, we were really great friends. Everyone in the theater knew that.
And that's exactly why I'm so puzzled.
What do you mean?
You just said that you were afraid I wouldn't take your case if I knew the truth about your living arrangements prior to today. Coco, you must have known that I have heard nothing but positive comments about your relationship with the victim from those who knew you both. So why would you think I would hesitate if I knew you two were living together?
Oh, come now, attorney. The answer is so obvious, I'm surprised it's taken you this long to realize it.
If you know the reason, why not just say so already? Were you trying to establish some sort of motive with this testimony? Let's hear it then.
Out with it.
Very well. I would like the court to take a look at this.
What is this?
So, I mean, I'll wait until he brings it up
It's a
specifically.
document that recognizes both Coco Pamel
Okay.
and overall
Right
concept as
there.
partners.
That right there is when my heart sunk into my stomach.
How is that relevant?
Is when you
Because-
realize what it meant.
Yes, that's when, you know, Phoenix is like, well, what does that mean?
Domestic partnership?
For good reason.
I mean, okay. Let me elaborate on this point a bit. Can you pause the video real quick?
All right.
So, I
Gas
mean,
like me, Blueblood.
I knew what I needed for this part. I needed there to be a reason for Coco to have committed this murder, and obviously the reason I was going for was, well, if she killed overall, this well-known fashion designer, she would, get all of his assets, all of his money. But my problem was I couldn't think of what kind of scenario would make it so that Coco would get his assets, because I don't think that he would put her in his will. I mean, they've known each other only for a couple of months, so that didn't make any sense to me. The next thing I thought, I was like, okay, well, the only other thing I can think of is if they were married, but again, I felt like a couple of months together doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for a marriage to happen. I also feel like that would have been way too big of a thing to mention, in this episode and not be in the first episode. So then I was like, all right, well, what if they're just roommates? Is there a law in place where roommates, where if one passes away, the other gets their assets? I literally had to Google this. I Googled various different laws in order to figure out if there was a situation in which one roommate passes away, another gets their assets. And I found domestic partners. I was like, perfect. This perfectly fits exactly the scenario that I'm thinking of. I'm glad I found it too, because otherwise I would have had to completely erase this line of logic and come up with a new one.
Oh, that would have sucked.
And it works very well.
Very well.
The reason we have Blueblood explain what this is because I wasn't sure. I was pretty sure that people wouldn't know about this either. I mean, I did it, so I was like, all right, well, I have to explain this because, in case people don't understand what this means.
Also, it makes sense that Phoenix wouldn't understand because I don't have a very good track record with relationships.
Yeah. Plus,
he does.
Also,
we're
uninformed commoners for not knowing this.
Uninformed commoners.
I knew I had to explain domestic partnerships. I did not realize that I had to explain what intestate meant, because I thought that was a common enough word. I thought people would actually know what that means, but apparently I'm wrong. Because Nightstar didn't know what it meant. A couple of people here actually had to ask. I don't remember who, because it was so long ago. Had to ask what it meant. So. I mean, we had to add in the part was without leaving behind a will.
You gotta remember. Listen. You gotta remember that we live in a world filled with stupid people. So,
well, I just felt like intestate. I thought that was a common enough word. I mean, maybe it's just because I've spent my entire life. Not that. I mean, I just feel like I've spent my entire life writing and watching and reading mystery stories that. The common tropes of, they've left behind a will and it goes to this person, so they're the killer or something. I've heard the word intestate.
Fantasy has confused you from reality.
Intestate has been a word has been thrown around in all kinds of mystery stories. So it's just, to me, it's just commonplace, but I guess it makes sense. You know, it's a law term, so
yeah,
I guess people wouldn't really know it.
Commoners, when they are in a domestic partnership, as Mr. Concept did, their partner will receive all of their assets.
Spent.
Oh.
That right there is my genuine reaction when I realized that, oh shit, this is too perfect of an alibi for why, or for not an alibi, a freaking a motive for murder. I'm like, oh Jesus, no.
Order in the court.
I had to like take a break because I was reeling from how hard it hit me and how perfect it is. Even for Equestria standards, it makes sense.
How am I supposed to recover from this?
You could tell like from the tone of your voice that how am I supposed to recover from this? That's genuine fear right there.
It is, because I'm like, I don't know how I can come back from this. She didn't tell me anything about this.
That's what makes it so perfect, though.
Exactly, yeah.
The fact that this wasn't mentioned in episode 1 actually made it stronger. Like,
he had no, like you said, he had no way to prepare for it.
He had no defense against it, specifically because it was not mentioned before. So that's what makes that's another thing that made the rewrite much stronger, is the fact that I took advantage of the fact that, you know, certain things weren't mentioned in episode 1 and actually, you know, wrote them in a way so that they would be strengthened in this rewrite rather than being hindered, which is usually what happens when rewrites, you know, occur.
Yeah.
But what Coco Pamel was really after were the victim's designs.
Why? Why would she need those?
During our investigation.
All right, now we're back to something that was in the original script, this fashion competition.
The very same competition the victim himself entered a couple years ago.
No.
Just to clarify exactly.
That was me losing hope.
It's a fashion competition where the winner
just out the window.
the
there it goes.
Being recognized by the most well-known designers in the industry. While not particularly large, it is very prestigious, needing several background checks.
That was an important detail to mention,
background checks,
because it will be mentioned later on.
Yeah, I don't remember who actually added that detail. I think it might have been Destro. Either that or Androthist. One of those two added that detail in because they felt like it was a detail that needed to be added. I personally didn't think so because I thought it was just like, you know, it's a fashion competition. You just check the contestants. But they added that detail in there. And it works.
Yeah.
Looking to rise to the top. With this much competition stacked against her, Miss Pamel was not confident enough in her abilities to win the contest.
And what brought you to that conclusion?
The defendant herself admitted as much.
Dang it, Coco, you're supposed to play dumb. Stop being honest.
Then surely overall,
oh, Soundman, this is your time to shine.
Oh yeah, it is. Like, if you want to talk about it, this is your chance.
Everything before this was really formulaically laid out, but the second half of this episode is where I was able to do more creative stuff with the music. One of the things somebody said, and it was like the only comment I got about the audio, was that they had a problem with how obvious some of the shifting between tracks was. And I can't help but think they were talking about this in a negative light, which doesn't quite make sense to me. Anyways, new and interesting things being done with music. I'm developing more techniques for the future.
Technique.
And, I don't know if you want me to go on my long spiel about the whole audio for this right now. Is it cool?
Yeah, it's the director's commentary.
Alright.
Just go ahead.
Can we start ribbing on Animate? Because, my god, the sound quality...
a yarn.
Oh. Okay. Al syncs the sound to the animation. The information is there. I couldn't do anything with it though, because when he exports it, it sounds like radio static, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
So
blame Adobe Animate.
I blame Adobe Animate, But for this entire episode, that means I had to listen by ear and on a new timeline, sync everything up, all the voice lines, all the sound effects, and that was so inefficient and stressful, especially whenever we have this thing where, like, we watch it over and we're like, oh, this sound effect doesn't go quite well here, or I would like it to move here. So now the timestamps are changing for them while I'm trying to recreate the entire thing, and some files don't have a consistent starting time, so like sometimes like that whole section for Coco's testimony would start when she comes to the stand, or sometimes it would start at the cross-examination, so the timestamps are being flipped around. And we're doing a lot of this in the last week before it airs, and I was
it was very stressful.
Needless to say, I come up with a better way that we can extract the audio straight from Animate, and I don't have to reconstruct the timeline anymore.
Hooray!
Yay, we found a way.
That is done. I'm never doing that again, because that just causes grief on me and missing sound effects.
Yeah.
It sounds better now. Something that broke my heart about the audio was, you get tunnel vision a lot when you work on audio because it's always, relative. There is no objectively good mix, and, you know, you work on scene 1 70 times, it will never sound right, and you go more and more insane and deeper down the rabbit hole. And I had tunnel vision
you
with the sound
the
mixing.
knobs, you push the sliders.
Yeah, and it never sounds
buttons.
right. And I had tweaked everything to sound perfect, and I got new headphones, and oh no, it sounded all wrong. And then during the premiere, I played it on speakers, and it was poorly mixed for speakers. And it's not anymore for episode 3.
Yeah.
But
hooray!
I'm aware.
Letting people know that, like, the quality will continue to go up from here on out.
Yes. We are open to feedback from anybody. Like,
please,
we always check the comments.
Yes.
We watch the reaction videos.
We watch all reaction videos. We read all the comments. We're just looking for criticism of any kind to improve our craft.
Yep.
And
Better
I'm just happy that it was not too big of an issue, and even if it was a big issue to me, nobody really cared.
Yeah.
Because we aren't the Soundman.
Yeah.
Well, I am the Soundman.
You are the Soundman.
I'm the Soundman.
You master the sound.
Yep.
Really what you are is our jack of all trades.
Yeah.
And master of sound.
Yes.
I did cool stuff for streamlining automation, but we can talk about that when it comes to in some other episode where it was actually used.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll save that for next time.
If I have any wrapping up comments on the sound, it's I can't give a resounding review of DaVinci Resolve.
Resounding review?
Yeah, I can't.
Stop.
I gotta give one. I gotta give one at least.
Shut.
Resolve is a nice program, but it was not good for what we needed it to do.
Yeah, I realized that.
Al had to render it at quarter speed, and it still skipped frames, and there was artifacting, like all the triangles and stuff during some of the fades that everybody noticed. The audio quality sounds off, so Premiere's the answer.
Yeah, we gotta try that out.
We're stuck with Adobe.
And before we continue on, Soundman, I have a question for you.
Oh, I can answer it.
I hope you can. So, Soundman.
Yes.
You listened, I presume, to every single voice actor's lines.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Out of all of the voice actors, sir, which ones, in your mind, gave the best bloopers for the upcoming blooper reel that may or may not happen?
Oh boy.
Okay, well, I gotta say, I don't think everybody got the memo that it was okay to bloop, because, like, there's not a there's like one blooper from everything Adox did. Julius, your original lines are sprinkled with them, thicker than whipped cream.
This is true.
So if I had to go for most plentiful, I would definitely choose you for...
I'm asking for quality, sir.
For quality?
Quality.
Look, man. You gotta hand Blueblood the trophy for that one he orchestrated.
He did, by far, my favorite blooper take I've ever heard in my entire life.
God.
It is so good. It is so beautifully done that I had to bow down.
You had to bow down.
I had to bow down. Like I think I gave some good bloopers here and there, but he other like he was on a whole nother level. So
that was like can't breathe funny, like
can't
tears
breathe.
in my eyes. Nightstar, you're probably watching this. I don't tell you that I love you enough. I love you, Nightstar. You're amazing.
We all love Nightstar.
Nightstar is honestly, as much as we hate Blueblood, Nightstar
We
is a
love
great
him.
guy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can't wait to hear all these bloopers and keep
It's
Oh my god,
getting
the
hyped up for this.
bloopers.
So good.
The bloopers.
I've heard one, but I don't think I've heard all these other ones.
You've got some funny ones, Coco.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Yeah, you have a recurring theme when it comes to your bloopers.
Funny.
It's adorable and funny.
Can't wait to hear them. But enough teasing the audience for now. Let's get back on track.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's go.
Direct help from some pony who's already won the contest. It's a
The more
preventative
dramatic
measure
music
against
feeling in.
copying
Here comes the
The
more
piano.
dramatic music.
Yeah, more Professor Layton music.
But she
Yep.
was learning from him. I'm sure Miss Pommel had the ability to do just fine in the contest.
Her actual level of competence is irrelevant. What matters is how she felt about her prospects of winning. Besides, I'm not finished.
This is when people realize that, wait a minute,
Special fabric the
Blueblood is a competent prosecutor.
Blueblood is actually making valid points.
Very valid points.
So why
I'm
is this special
I'm
fabric
actually
important in this case?
scared of him.
You should have connected the dots by
Mean
now.
face?
Considering that Miss Pommel and Mr. Concept lived together for a number of months, she naturally would know about this special fabric. And just like you said, Miss Pommel was learning from him, so this was to her advantage.
You're really accusing Miss Pommel of cheating in this contest?
Cheating in the contest and betraying overall Concept's trust.
And that's why...
Looks like you finally realized it. That is exactly why the defendant murdered overall Concept. It was her chance at stealing his designs and passing them off as her own.
Oh yeah, this is important too. Building up Twilight.
Twilight catching on to how similar that sounds to somebody else.
Yeah.
And me like hissing at Twilight for her to say something was me like, Twilight, help me, please, co-counsel, please.
My princess, my queen.
Please.
Likely taken for the purposes of self
Just
This
imagine.
this pompous lad is ripping me apart. Help me.
I could just see Twilight's face right now. So
Looking.
disappointed.
Don't look at me like that, Twilight.
And she's like, this is the greatest defense attorney.
I'm nothing without my co-counsel, okay?
On the catwalk around the victim's neck and threw him over the edge of the rail, finally killing him.
The face.
The face.
How can you take that seriously?
Stunned silence.
And everyone is stunned silent by the fact that Blueblood actually made a valid argument.
Oh, an amazing argument.
She may have gotten away with
We're about to see the moment where everyone's heart breaks.
Okay, I have so
Here
much to say
comes-
about this coming scene.
Oh god.
Here it comes.
think this incredibly selfless stallion was planning on proposing to Coco.
Serenity?
Stole his
Yes.
Serenity?
Yes.
Explain yourself.
Explain You evil man!
Yeah. At this point,
I am peeking my audio. I don't care. Explain yourself.
Let's pause here for a second.
This proposal, not in the original script at all. In fact, I never established that there was a relationship at all. But it was Serenity that said, "Let's give him something else. Let's give him something."
All right.
And by something, I mean a lot.
I mean, yeah, I went full force with the, with the teasing in episode 1. It's like, oh man, they were such good friends together. I was like, this is probably going to go somewhere in episode 2. It didn't go anywhere in episode 2. So I was like, all right, well, since I'm taking the reins on this script, let's have Coco and Overall's relationship be a bit more serious, at the present time, and potentially more serious in the future with this, proposal that was going to happen. I didn't realize, foolish, naive me didn't realize that just by saying that they, Overall was going to propose to Coco, this was going to apparently become the most important thing in the entire episode.
How could you not?
It's so obvious.
It's the detail everyone cared about.
It really was.
The stallion who got hung to death in front of 5,000 ponies was going to propose to the witness. Are you kidding me? You didn't think that would be important?
The only reason I put it in the script is because I thought it would be a cute thing to do, and I thought it would give
a cute thing.
Cute?
He's breaking.
What do you mean cute? It's fucking heartbreaking.
There's about to be a new murder.
It's supposed to be.
I've seen people's reaction to this moment, and I forgot who said it, but he literally said, "Yeah, this is just Blueblood twisting the knife."
Twisting the knife. I said that. That was me. That was him just stabbing you in the chest, like leaning in real close to the ear. And he was going to propose. Twist. And you're like, ah!
The point of this moment, in meta terms, the point of this moment was just to get the gallery on his side. Like, he's already made a valid case. This moment here was just to get the gallery on his side. To,
tarnished. Ruined.
Completely back Phoenix into a corner. Make it so there's no way out. Like, this was supposed to be the end. He's established Coco as this evil mayor who is like, taken away everything from this stallion who did everything for her. And Phoenix has absolutely nowhere to go because he had no way to prepare for anything here.
Because she didn't tell me anything.
This proposal, I mean, aside from that, I just thought, it would be a little cute thing to do. It would be something to give Coco and Overall each a bit more character.
Cute. Real cute. Adorable, Serenity.
It was a minor plot point, like, in my eyes. Like, this was just, some minor detail that it's not really all that relevant. But it's the detail that everybody cared about.
I remember when I first read that, it took everything in my power not to go to the first person I saw and say, he was coming to propose to her! Because, spoilers! And it killed me for months!
I mean, I'm glad a lot of people liked it. I like, now in hindsight, I realize that I probably should have seen that coming. I probably should have realized this is the internet. People are going to take something like that and blow it completely.
Run with it.
Yeah. But
the little details.
At the time, I was more focused. I guess at the time, I was just more focused on making sure, the story between Coco and Overall and, in Playwright. I was just making that focused on making their story, not only cohesive with episode 1, but, a bit heart-wrenching. And this detail about the proposal, I mean, yes, it was much more heart-wrenching. I was more focused on getting the character development between those three down pat. This little proposal thing was just an extra detail that I threw in because I thought it would be a cool thing to do.
Mm-hmm. But now you know that people are legit shipping these two now.
Yeah, I mean, and now it's an actual ship. I mean, that's okay. I expect people to ship them. I just didn't expect it to be because of this proposal.
Yeah.
I just thought the proposal.
I can't. What do you mean? You literally put in the script that that they were a ship already and you didn't expect them to be shipped when you say he was going to propose?
I thought that the ship would just...
Are you daft, man?
I thought the ship was mainly just going to come from the fact that they were living together. Like, because that's the actual important detail here, is the fact that they were living together. That's what matters. The fact that that overall was going to propose is just an extra detail that I tacked on.
Oh my god.
Anyways, let's wanna go now.
I got it out of my system. We can go.
Feeling better?
No.
Well,
because it's only gonna get worse from here.
Yeah, it's gonna get much worse. I know.
Regardless, I still achieved my goal of crushing people's hearts.
You're an evil man.
It's just that I did it a lot more than I thought I was going to.
You're an evil man, and I love you for it.
Yep.
Oh, you have no idea what I've got.
Anyways,
shut your face and move on.
But little do you guys realize that as we move on, you realize that you guys think that you're heartbroken right now. But little do you realize that
this is just the beginning.
It's not just it's the beginning. Plus, you're not considering the fact that there's one pony who is suffering the most from all this.
After another play, he even ordered this.
And then the music comes in.
I'm really proud of that.
And the ring.
After the bombshell.
And the ring.
And the ring. And it shows up on the core record, so you have to look at it.
And the violins flare.
Then here's Coco breaking everyone's hearts. And then Blueblood. Blueblood talking the maddest shit I've ever heard.
I think when I did that line, I was near crying because I was getting so into the role.
Oh. You are corrupting our good-natured society.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Don't you agree?
Sometimes I just get so into the emotion that I'll like start crying.
With that line read, you can imagine him just turning to the gallery, his arms open wide, like, don't you agree, people of the gallery?
She is evil.
Evil.
And they agree. They're all falling for it.
Yeah, they're all falling for it.
I just love the judge's dialogue.
Yes.
Very deceiving. And what better example of that than this heartless, soulless excuse of a man?
That's slander.
This doubles as Julius's therapy.
That is me. Rarity is my spirit animal in this scene. I couldn't agree with her more.
It's funny because she's actually an animal.
Ah.
Yeah.
I get that you don't like this guy, but I need you to keep quiet if I'm going to properly.
Everyone was like, "Oh my God, no, don't do this to her."
Counter my claims, or have you decided that you've suffered enough humiliation?
Come on. There's gotta be
I
someone
would have lost if Twilight did nothing.
I know. This would have been the end. This would have been the end of the case right here.
Yep.
Yep. That Latin read was like, "Where do I go? What do I do?"
In that case, I think it's about time for me to pass my verdict. Any closing remarks,
Basically, if it wasn't for Twilight, Blue would have humiliated Phoenix.
And Coco Pamel would have been the most evil mayor in Equestria.
Yep.
Most evil.
No, I can't let it end like this.
But of course, that's not what happened. What did happen was...
Co-counsel!
Finally, the moment has happened.
Everyone, I remember people in the chat were like, "My queen!"
Let's go!
Me, Your Honor.
Use
Twilight?
Prosecutor Blueblood.
This is what everything in this case has been building up to this point.
Oh yeah.
At this point, it's been building up to Twilight finally standing up to Blueblood and actually being an attorney, like she was in Turnabout Storm. That's what this whole moment is a reference to.
Okay. Also, Serenity, I have a question.
Oh my God, that death slam.
For you.
Yes, Julius.
Let's have her have a moment.
What of it?
Can you please show us the fabric you're talking about?
But I demand satisfaction with this question.
All right.
Don't forget it.
Sitting in the dressing room.
Well, you can ask it whenever you feel is right.
Yes, you can pause it now.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay.
Are you happy?
So, Serenity.
Yes.
Twilight. She's the princess of friendship. Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What is Blueblood a prince of?
He's Princess Celestia's nephew.
That's all we know.
Doesn't even.
That's
have
all we know.
Exactly. So, where in God's green earth, under Celestia's sun and Luna's moon, does this man get off that he thinks he can out royalty Twilight? She is an alicorn. And
Because
this man feels like he's like, excuse me, I am a prince. Look at me. I have a long horn.
I think I can explain this actually.
Explain yourself.
All right. So Blueblood was born of royalty, so he thinks everything should come to him. Twilight worked hard and ended up turning into a princess. It's the born royalty versus the hardworking royalty.
Question: what did he know about her being Celestia's like student and the newly crowned princess?
You think she cares?
You forgot the most important point here, Julius.
Know her name?
He's Blueblood.
Exactly.
He does not care. He's
exactly.
Blueblood.
And I just wanted to hear. I wanted to hear that come out of your mouth because I know that fact. And there's just that deep-seating anger within me and just being like,
I knew people would be driven insane if he did not.
Who you're talking to?
If he did not respect Twilight. I knew people would be driven insane if he did not respect her. And that's exactly why we did it.
And I'm happy to see Twilight just slam her hoof down and more or less say, bitch, do you know who I am?
This is where the corrections to Prince Blueblood finally gets the payoff, because Twilight is the first one to be like, no, I'm not going to recognize you as a prince. I'm going to just say your name, Blueblood.
Blueblood. Good.
Because up until this point, Blueblood has either had to correct other people, or other people have been have corrected themselves and saying it. But Twilight is just like, nah, Blueblood.
She is of higher rank and higher status.
Explain
yourself.
Also, this is another contradiction that was not in the original script.
Yeah, this fabric roll, yeah.
I believe Mr. Wright can answer that.
Good animation.
Oh yeah, I want to mention MV was the one who reworked this rig.
Oh yeah,
and did all the animations.
So
everybody loved Twilight's head turn.
Yeah, everyone loved her head turn.
The head turn, her rubbing her chin.
Yeah,
and the desk slam.
The desk slam, especially. Yeah, I love the desk slam.
There's going to be another special animation in episode 3.
There's going to be a very special animation later on. And yeah, it's going to be quite a treat for people to look at.
Yep, I'm pretty sure people are going to love it.
Oh, yeah.
MV's done an excellent job.
He's so talented.
I love MV.
So talented and so young.
So young. He is. 15.
Let's talk about it.
15 years old!
Really? Yeah.
Do you know what I was doing when I was 15? Nothing. Dreaming of being a voice actor, and this man's over here being an amazing animator. I'm like, well.
And he joined the fandom probably like season 8 time or whatever. he's someone. He's someone.
I know.
He's the kind of animator that everyone wished they had early in the fandom.
Oh God, yeah.
Can you imagine?
I remember those early days.
Everyone would know who he is if he was part of the fandom at that time.
It would be like aggro levels of
aggro levels, yeah.
But now this is his time to shine.
It's just evolved so much since the early days. It's crazy.
Oh
I
yeah.
know. Do you feel old yet, Pegasus? Because I feel.
I do.
I feel.
I mean,
really
I got
old.
into this. It was like the beginning of season 2 when I was introduced.
Me too. Yeah.
Oh my God, same.
I came in at season 5. I was at the halfway point.
Yeah. You just missed the glory days.
I know. I'm so sad.
Enough gushing about MV and how amazing.
Yeah, we gotta get back into this.
We got 2 more hours to record.
Well, 1 more hour of this left, but hopefully it will be just that 1 hour.
Well, it has to be. Playwright confirmed it when we asked him. This fabric is what
I actually kind of want to talk about this contradiction a bit, because
All right.
the I don't want to say loops or hoops that I had to jump through in order to make this make sense, but like all of this is based on like purely background details that you would have only noticed if you had like stopped and actually like caught them, because none of this stuff is actually based on evidence in the court record. It's like this basketball here, for example. This was left sitting in the dressing room background. You can see it there, and you can see that it's incomplete compared to the fabric piece that you found on
that is true
stage. So you can tell that it's like, you know, this is an incomplete roll. And I think they even mentioned that at one point in episode 1. This is what the fabric used to look like before the glitter paint were added. And then you like, you know, it's like as the contradiction unfolds, it's like, oh, well, she wouldn't have murdered someone for something incomplete. So then you have to figure out, it's like, okay, well, maybe she just felt like she could complete it herself. So then you have to figure out, it's like, okay, what can prove that she wouldn't be able to do that? And AlJavis, accidental genius that he is, had the fluorescent paint be something that was rare in Equestria, which was made rare because because you never heard it in the show before? Is that why?
Yeah.
AlJavis?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I never heard of fluorescent paint in the show, or at least at that time. And I just figured, like, fluorescent paint must be rare at least. So rare that Rarity hasn't heard of it. So,
which ended up being a crucial plot point that was never actually intended to be a plot point. Like, these two Rarity flashbacks that are about to come up. I don't know. I just find it funny that this one detail about the fluorescent paint being something so rare that Rarity hasn't heard of it. Initially, AlJavis, it was just supposed to be like a joke, right?
Yeah.
It was just supposed to be this joke. It was like, oh,
just a throwaway line.
Rarity is just so fascinated by this fluorescent paint. It actually became like so plot relevant that we had to actually flash back to it to remind people of it.
And then me and you learned that it was actually fairly reasonable to expect that.
I mean, originally I was going to be like, is there a way to actually make it so the fluorescent paint is something that Rarity has reasonably never heard of? Even though I'm pretty sure it should be something that's common among the fashion group. And then Julius and I looked it up, and as we said in the last director's commentary, fluorescent paint wasn't invented until like the 1930s.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's actually reasonable that it's like a new invention or something, and Rarity hasn't heard of it. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. It's just that this contradiction is based completely off of like information that was nebulous at the time it was actually established.
Yep.
What?
That face.
Yeah, that face.
Which is probably why it's like maybe the hardest contradiction to figure out, is because it's based on background information and one-off jokes.
Look at him cower! Yes.
Yeah, look at him cower.
When I saw that, I was like, yes!
Then that's it.
Very pleased.
She must not have known it was incomplete.
Objection! How is that possible? She and the victim not only worked together, but they lived together. There's no way she wouldn't have known what the fabric was supposed to look like.
Well, maybe she thought she could finish the fabric on her own.
Okay, let's test that theory then, shall we?
Coco, make this fabric right now!
What?
Do it right now! Right now!
Yes, Mr. Playwright, sir!
Buttershy squeals in there.
Oh yeah, I should also mention some people were saying like there are too many flashbacks in this episode.
Okay, I'll raise my hand to say that was my fault, but I was mostly doing it because the reason there's so many flashbacks is just so that we could reasonably connect this rewrite to the original episode. Like, I wanted to provide like, you know, a reasonable connection between the two, so that you could see where I was basing the rewrite plot points off of from episode 1. Which is, I mean, like I said earlier, coming up is going to be the Rarity lines about the fluorescent paint. The reason we flash back to that is just so that those who didn't remember them from episode 1, because they were nebulous details, understood where that came from.
Play at Bridleway Theatre. Naturally, that means Coco would have had to make more if she intended on using it in the contest. And making more fabric means buying more paint.
And how is that an issue? She would have inherited all of Overall's money.
Yeah, and here's the plot point that I somehow was able to...
You geniusly set up without even realizing it was going to be a plot point at some point.
The thing is about me, like, if I actually try to make something work, it just ends up being stupid, but a lot of the times, whenever I don't try, it ends up working.
My business. I still wonder where he got this paint.
And there's a little pile right here.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that I'm going to bring up later when we get to it.
If Rarity hadn't even heard of the paint, let alone considered it to be cheap, then I doubt this paint is anywhere near as accessible or affordable as regular paint. Even if Coco were able to find and buy some, do you really think she'd be able to do so before the contest deadline?
Or
spend that much of her newly earned money on a chance that the fabric would be good
Julius,
enough?
you nailed this like 1-page long monologue.
Yeah, that's something I want to mention too, is the super long monologues or whatever. We're figuring out ways to make those moments more manageable for the voice actors, so you'll know when you see it.
It's not manageable.
Maybe so. But you can't deny that this evidence blows a hole in your theory that Coco killed Overall for this fabric.
Mr. Wright has a point, Prince.
Yeah, I do.
The motive proposed isn't very persuasive.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Do you have anything else against the defendant that proves she committed this crime?
Of course, Your Honor. I have yet to produce the most damaging piece of
And
evidence.
finally, we get to this evidence that was mentioned like half an hour ago.
We're finally going to
Yeah, even Phoenix like, yes, finally.
Indeed, Your
I feel like it's one thing that makes this trial flow rather well, in my opinion, is that like things are set up and Phoenix actually catches on to them long before they're actually revealed. Either Phoenix or Twilight, they both catch on to different things, and it's you can see them doing it with like the ellipses or the exclamation marks that they occasionally get. Playwright actually gets it at one point as well, because he catches onto a detail and then reveals it later on.
When I discovered her on top of the catwalk, they were covered in glitter.
What?
It speaks to the character's intelligence level. I like it when the characters are actually, rather intelligent and not just
competent.
Just bumbling through the trial.
Recall that Miss Pamel and Mr. Concept were working in the dressing room.
And it makes them ask questions if they find
Over the
something.
course of their work,
Yeah.
The defendant must have gotten her hooves covered in glitter.
Oh, so the glitter.
Even the judge is following.
Precisely, Your Honor. They were left.
They didn't even have to show me pictures this time.
Used it to hit the victim.
I didn't have to use my Toys for Tots set of
the noose.
The noose itself.
La noose.
The court is no doubt aware of the fact that this is the noose used to hang the victim to death. Though I have yet to reveal a crucial detail concerning this noose. We have discovered that, just like the fabric roll, there are traces
Oh boy.
Traces of glitter.
Considering that there is only one conscious pony on the catwalk that could have committed the crime, the only logical inference is that Miss Pamel is the culprit. But knowing that she had glitter left on her hooves, and that there was glitter on both the fabric roll and the noose, it has become crystal clear that Miss Pamel was the one who knocked the victim out, wrapped the noose
He's so
around
chuffed
his
with
neck,
himself.
and
He really is.
Yeah, but you can't deny. I mean, like, he's making some pretty good points.
To be very
Yeah.
decisive evidence. The one who touched the rope was Miss Pamel herself.
Actually, can we stop here and talk about? I want to talk about the glitter real quick.
All right.
Just in general for this entire case. So one of the things that that I had a problem with in the original script was hoof prints.
Hoof prints.
I got on Aljavis's case real hard about these freaking hoof prints.
Oh yeah, this conversation.
Not the fluorescent paint hoof prints, not those. Just hoof prints in general. In Turnabout Storm, the hoof prints are mentioned, I think, once, and there was like, oh, Rainbow Dash left her hoof prints on the storm cloud. So I feel like that's where you got the idea. It's like, oh, hoof prints are like fingerprints, and just, whenever something is touched, you leave a hoof print, like you would leave a fingerprint, right?
That's what I thought.
Except hooves don't work like that.
No,
hooves are flat surfaces. There's no discernible imprint that's going to be left like there is when a fingerprint. A fingerprint is so unique that it can really be boiled down to one person. With a hoof print, like, you can maybe measure the size and diameter of the hoof, but it's not going to be so specific that you can narrow it down to one person. And it's especially not going to be that if it's left on a hard surface. There's no imprint that's going to be left, which is one of the problems that Aljavis has. Like, he was using hoof prints to establish who touched what in the original script. And I was like, that's not how hooves work. So how can we make it so the same idea can be conveyed, like, who touched what, but not use hoof prints to do it? And that's like, oh, glitter. What if hooves have glitter on their hooves, and the things that they're touching are leaving glitter behind on them?
Because glitter gets on everything.
Yep. So that's why the glitter is like literally mentioned everywhere in this case. It is the substitute for hoof prints.
Glitter, sparkle, sparkle.
Sparkle and glitter.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to mention. I wanted to go on that glitter rant. Glitter hoof print rant.
It could be any pony else. I presume a guilty verdict.
That glitter is going to be pretty important later on.
Glitter is important. Glitter and paint are important everywhere in this case.
What about the motive?
Yeah.
It's unlikely that Coco would have killed for a fabric that she had no reliable way of reproducing.
You're still obsessing over that? Perhaps she merely killed him for his other designs, or maybe just his money. The defendant has a law.
You yourself just said it wasn't for the money!
That fact doesn't disappear by virtue
Yeah, but that was before Phoenix blew a hole in my
Assets, attorney! Assets!
Assets!
Besides,
oh, and there's Phoenix catching onto a detail.
Was going through that
Yep.
demented pony's head that night. For all we know, the defendant
That's
may
slander.
have a motive beyond our wildest imaginations. What matters, though, is that
I don't actually know what the motive is, so it's just, whatever.
For this crime. The glitter on her hooves, the fabric roll, the noose itself, and being found at the scene with no chance that any pony else had slipped away unnoticed.
And now Playwright.
Now player realizes.
One simple conclusion. Coco Pamel murdered overall concept in cold blood.
The ellipses are a small detail, but they really do catch an audience's attention when it happens.
They do, yeah.
That character is either hiding something or realized something.
There's like something is in their mind.
Mm-hmm. Like, you don't need to say what it is at that time, but it's important to draw attention to the fact that that character is thinking about something.
Yeah.
This is your last chance, Mr. Wright. Do you have anything else to present to this court to counter the prosecution's claims?
Of course he doesn't. If he did, he would have presented it a long time ago.
Like you should have with the evidence?
Is it?
Alright, the only time the black screen is seen here.
Yeah.
Present something that casts
I'll make sure to show it off some more.
claims.
And the only time we get a close-up.
The close-up. Well, the first time, and there's a second time later on.
Oh, there is? Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. That's right. I remember now.
At this time.
What? How could you possibly?
Now, Prince Blueblood. Save your surprise for after you
Totally didn't steal that line from one of the games.
Yep.
I don't remember what case it was, but that was a line that was directly ripped from one of the cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's like, I've seen this whole song on dance before.
Is that a torn piece of
This torn
Alright.
piece of fabric actually was not ever used in the original script.
I know.
Never.
This I questioned Aljavis about this too. I was like, is there a reason like we found a torn piece of fabric? And then Was there a reason why it was never used? I actually don't remember your answer to this.
I think my answer was I had one,
and then you forgot.
But like I never got to it. Or maybe I was like, maybe I just never thought this through, or maybe my answer was, I guess I forgot about it. It was one of those.
Yeah,
it wasn't a good reason. It wasn't a good reason why I didn't put it in.
Since this fabric had no basis like in the original script, this is another reason why I had to establish the movements across the stage. Because first of all, I had to explain, where did this torn piece of fabric come from? We had to establish only one possible method it could have ended up where it did. And then I had to give a reason for it to actually be a piece of evidence. Like, why is it relevant? And it's to establish, there was completed fabric here.
Yep.
Because everything up to this point, for the most part, I've been just basing it off of Aljavis's original script. It's like, all right, this contradiction is from here, just explaining it a bit better, all right? This evidence. But then we get to this part, and I'm just like, well, I have nothing to go off of, so just going to write what makes the most sense.
And you found it.
Yeah, and it works really well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Really? That's it? That's your big piece of evidence?
I feel like that's how I felt about this piece of evidence when I wrote it.
But certainly in the whole little crate in your argument.
Cease your smug little remarks.
Those are some of my favorite Blueblood sounds.
You're the last pony I want to hear that from, Blueblood.
Exactly! Shut your mouth!
We found this strip piece of fabric during our investigation of the stage. It was right below the center of the catwalk.
I fail to understand how this relates to anything discussed thus far.
Well, how about we let the one who requested the fabric explain it to us then?
Huh?
You?
Playwright, you were the one who asked overall concept to make this fabric, correct?
Yes, we needed it for our next play.
For your next play? Meaning none of the costumes for the play on the night of the murder used this fabric?
That is correct.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple, Your Honor. If the fabric wasn't being used on the night of the crime, then why did we find a piece of it on the stage afterwards?
Objection! That piece of fabric could have found its way there at any point. It's impossible for you to prove when exactly it wound up there.
But it is.
There is a reason that I didn't think of.
There's a reason that I had to come up with myself.
After the play's intermission.
How?
Recall Playwright's testimony for a moment. He had this to say about what was happening on stage during the...
Let's reference the long testimony.
Yep.
Long testimony.
Completely clear the stage of all the props, as well as any debris.
Let's reference the testimony that gives the basis for most of the defense's arguments.
Yep.
The stage hoops had to clear the stage. No!
Coward!
If this piece of fabric had been on stage before intermission, it would have been cleared off by the time the second act had begun. After all, there's no way Playwright would have allowed for anything less. Am I right, witness?
Absolutely. It's out of the question that I would have let the play continue if something like this was still on stage. I mean, it could have distracted the audience or ruined the concentration of one of the performers.
So you see, Prince Blueblood, there's no way this
safety.
fabric was on the stage before the intermission.
Objection! The victim came on stage during the intermission to talk to Playwright about the fabric. It's possible he could have accidentally dropped that piece on the stage then, and it simply went unnoticed because the stage had already been cleaned.
I remember having to write that part into the script because I was like, oh crap, hold on a second. There actually is an extra possibility here. So then I had to go back to Playwright's testimony and rewrite this one specific line so that it could discount, overall possibly bringing the fabric on stage himself.
Yeah.
He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric in paint.
If you examine this fabric closely, you'll notice that it's covered in glitter. Not only that, But if we were to turn off the lights in this
About through the halfway point is where I went from just taking the best takes for Julius to mashing up the best parts of each take for Julius.
Oh yeah.
So that's why there's a sudden jump in quality and excitement and quality.
Yeah. Quality.
This piece of fabric proves two things. The first is that someone brought it up to the catwalk during the second act of the play.
I guess go ahead.
One thing I want to mention, there was one comment that was left on the video, is just asking like why sometimes the explanation for these parts is like so long. It's like, why do we have to explain like where this piece of fabric came from? Why do we have to explain that it could only have come from the catwalk when it should be obvious? And my answer to that is, well, you know, we have to make sure that everybody understands the logic here. Like, because even if somebody else might have figured it out immediately, it's possible that someone else isn't quite following. So that's why we have to, you know, explain the entire foundation behind this train of logic.
Yeah.
And all future trains of logic.
Which can only mean that the other sheet was stolen from the theater that night. A third party must have
There we go.
Finally, the third parties come to the scene.
Yes, sir.
And we are 1 hour and 20 minutes in.
I don't want to hear that shit from your mouth, Blueblood.
Why don't you explain what this means then? This piece of fabric clearly proves
Talk to the hoof, because the muzzle don't want to hear it.
That night. So why didn't the police find it?
Simple. The defendant had hidden it prior to
I
the
can
crime.
never remember the name of
She
this
must
track.
have been planning to steal the one sheet of fabric all along. When Overall Concept saw that it was missing, that's when Coco attacked him. I suspect she hid it in a spot where none of us could even find it, which is why it is still missing even now.
That's impossible. The discovery of a piece of fabric on stage proves that it was out in the open somewhere. The stage was cleared in preparation for Act 2. The fabric must have been taken either on or above the stage during the second act of the play. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this piece with us today. In fact, Playwright, I need you to clarify something for me.
And what would that be?
After the crime occurred, was there someone watching the stage at all times?
I've never seen the anime, but I don't know if it extends its audio segments out like this.
The anime times the music perfectly to how this scene plays out, so it doesn't extend anything.
Oh,
yeah.
I have to do the opposite and chop up the music to fit with what they're
That's because the music wasn't created to fit these moments in particular.
Yeah.
That if some pony went up that catwalk with that
Well, they also,
they would have been spotted
go ahead.
holding it by Playwright.
I want to hold on. Can we pause here for 1 second?
All right.
This was one moment where we actually had a problem in the rewrite. I remember we made like a big deal out of it on the Visionaries channel, even though it was actually a minor issue. In the original script, I believe, or no, not in the original script, in the original rewrite, I should say. The conclusion at this point was that Overall had brought the fabric roll up to the catwalk, and then the thief had also brought, you know, the sheet of fabric up to the catwalk. The problem was that I forgot to consider that the third party at this point is not known to have been one carrying the fabric roll, because, you know, we need some sort of basis for establishing an unidentified weapon in order to explain how the fabric itself got up to the catwalk. And at this point, I was just like, oh, crap. We have to explain how the fabric got up there first. But how do we do that if Overall is the one carrying the fabric roll? So at this point, I was kind of at a loss. I was like, how do we do this? And we eventually just settled on the third party brought the fabric itself up to the catwalk, and Overall brought up the fabric. That was the conclusion that was going to be reached. Even though I knew it was probably going to be pretty obvious that the solution itself was the fabric was on the fabric roll at the time, and the third party brought it up to the catwalk. That was the conclusion I was trying to avoid having to abandon and have the characters eventually reach at one point. But we couldn't find a way around it, so this This is why this graphic here, I remember we added this graphic in specifically because I thought it would make it less likely that the audience would mistake the fabric being on the fabric roll and just instead believe that the fabric was a sheet that the third party was carrying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it was on the fabric roll, it wouldn't be able to knock anybody out.
No, it wouldn't.
No.
It wouldn't work with any of the logic that we've established up to this point. So
no.
I remember having to specifically say like, hey, we need this graphic in here because otherwise the audience is going to be lost on where the fabric and the fabric roll are, and that they're actually separate entities here. The fabric is not on the fabric roll, at least not yet.
All right.
Wonderful.
So let us move on.
Continue.
Dark, then it should have been almost impossible to miss. But none of the theater staff have said anything about seeing somebody carrying a glowing sheet of fabric up the catwalk.
He's right. Even if you take the stage hooves out of the picture, Playwright definitely would have noticed if the victim had been carrying that fabric.
Then I'll propose another theory.
Another theory?
Playwright said in his
a lot of theories in this
got a small
episode.
glimpse
Yeah.
of the girl running up the stairs.
Correct.
I have to commend you, AljaVis, for creating a case that can be interpreted multiple ways.
Somebody ahead of overall. Then Playwright wouldn't have been able to see them, meaning
Even though that was not your intention.
Not my intention at all. Again,
Oh, please,
accidental
that's
genius.
even possible.
Accidental genius.
If this third
Genius.
pony exists,
Genius.
then how did Miss Pamela
This is
not
something
see
that I feel like was a bit of a
She was
misstep
following
in
Mr.
this
Concept
rewrite,
the entire
is not
time.
reminding the
There was
audience
no
that
way the
Coco
defendant
actually
would
is
miss
suffering
this
from
third
memory
pony
loss.
escaping.
Because I think this is something that people actually
She should have
forgot.
seen them on the catwalk. Yet has
Just
she
like her.
done Such a thing? No. So, how do you explain that, attorney?
Actually, it's quite simple.
Simple?
You're so confident,
Oh, this
Mr.
should
Wright.
be good.
Damn right I am.
When I spoke to Miss Pamela, she told me that she had been
I'm on the
suffering from
attack.
memory loss and headaches. I believe it's possible that during the crime,
And I will
she was
say,
knocked
for
unconscious by this third party.
the upcoming episode,
Memory
it's gonna
loss
get
was
real
the side
good.
effect from her being knocked unconscious.
Oh, yeah.
Really excited.
Do you really
Spectacular.
expect me to
I'm so
believe
excited for the
nonsense
next
you're
episode.
spouting? You do realize
Stellar
that you're speaking for the
performances.
defendant, right? She's obviously lying to save her own flank. Even if she were hit on the head hard enough to leave a bruise, what makes you think that this incident happened that night? and
Some
not
people
the day
just want to
before?
chop up and
What kind
fillet
of weapon would
Blueblood.
this mystery
Oh, yeah.
I know.
use to knock her out?
It's
I
it's
can imagine
amazing
the
how
whole
much they
evidence
hate him
she
to a
was
point where
struck on the
they're
head the night
just
of
thinking of
the
creative ways to kill him.
Gladly. Here it is.
The most painful comment I think
Behold!
I've read in a while was someone
how
wanting
does
to
this
smash his
prove
horn.
anything?
Before the trial started,
Ouch.
And finally, the glitter in her mane comes into play.
Yep, here it comes.
The result of being struck by the fabric roll.
How would Equestria
I remember the chat
that
being
result in glitter getting
pain,
stuck in
pain,
her
pain,
mane?
pain. Like they
Pain.
really wanted to show off the
But
fluorescent,
certainly not
fluorescent
We
hoof
still haven't even
prints.
reached that part yet.
Pointed out,
No.
there are traces of glitter on the roll. What if
When that
I have a feeling like
happens-
a lot of them never
Preposterous. The glitter
played
on
Phoenix
that
Wright
roll
because
could
like they not to show off evidence until it becomes relevant.
Yeah, until it's directly relevant to the situation.
Or else you
Yep.
get a strike.
Well, no.
Also,
That
at
is
this moment,
true. You gotta
Where else could it have gotten
strike.
there?
Let's stop and think about where this roll came
You
from.
lose an exclamation point.
Yep.
I think it's very likely that the roll could have gotten covered in glitter there.
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
Here's what I think. Coco and Overall were working in the dressing room prior to the crime. During the course of their work, they must have scattered glitter around the table, where this roll may have been sitting. In fact, yesterday while I
I
investigated
got
the
really
dressing
sick of this track.
room, I found a
It's-
Yeah,
clip that
I
showed
found out.
signs
I
of
just realized that it
sitting
finally got to
right
the other part of the track.
Yeah.
After this third party
It
stole
didn't
the
fit
That-
too well, but I just wanted to throw some variance in. My God.
Overall must have grabbed the
That one, the one graphic, by the way, where it showed the glitter village.
Uh-huh.
It's another like background detail you wouldn't have noticed unless you like actually stopped and looked at the background. And it was something again that's not in the original script, so it was another nebulous detail that became relevant in the
Absolutely
case.
ludicrous.
Can you deny the possibility?
I'm happy
With
with
ease.
this.
First off, even if this third party managed to make it all the way up to the catwalk without being spotted by Playwright, how would they have managed to get down without being seen by the stage hooves in the left wing? Not to mention, if the fabric roll left glitter in Coco's mane, then why didn't it also leave glitter in Overall's mane when he was knocked unconscious?
Well, you see, that's
Stop making good points, Blueblood.
Another good point. Another good point.
Absolutely no sense. It's inconceivable that a third party could exist, because there's no way they could have
Craig,
escaped
can you
without
believe
being
this guy?
spotted by Playwright.
You're this man right now,
Or
Craig.
tubes.
He's right. How am I supposed to prove that the third party was able to get away when the left side of the stage was being watched? And I don't even know where to begin with Overall's mane.
Excuse me?
Here we go.
If I may interject.
Time for Playwright's redemption.
Is there something on your mind, witness?
Again, something that was not in the original script.
I'd
No.
like to make a confession, Your Honor.
A confession?
I actually have something to say about this.
Statement regarding when I went
Oh.
up to the catwalk.
Sprite.
I
Give it a
actually
moment.
didn't go up immediately.
What?
Huh?
Witness?
It's what
are you
he's about
doing?
to say right
Please,
here.
explain what you mean.
It's as I say, Your Honor. I did not go up to the catwalk immediately after seeing the
More like what
hanging.
he's going to say,
When I went up to
what
investigate,
Blueblood made
I
him
called
say.
over my stage
Or
hands on the
left.
right wing and my actors
Oh,
on the
yeah.
stage. I ordered them to attend to the panicking audience and try to calm them down.
We finally
Then I
figure out
asked
how
the
to
stage manager
unlock
to
the
inform
locked
police
room.
of what happened. After a good 5 minutes of giving my staff instructions, that was when I decided to go up to the catwalk.
Witness! Why didn't you share this time discrepancy earlier? This is crucial information!
It's not as if I intentionally wanted to withhold this information. Prince Blueblood told me not to share it because
Pause
he
it right
said
here.
it was irrelevant information.
If that were true, and this was
Right.
if this is indeed the case, and this was actual court, this entire trial would have been thrown out the window. All of it. Coco would have been proven innocent. Blueblood would have been held in contempt of court. Everything would have ended right there.
And quite well.
But this is Ace Attorney. We
But
can't.
this is Ace Attorney, and this is a dramatization. But as someone who has actually gone into studying,
Mm-hmm.
law practices, because I like to get into character, and law's fun in my mind. Yeah, that right there would have ended the trial instantly, and Coco would have been proven innocent, because at that point the prosecution would have been more or less like, if that is something you held back, what's stopping us from thinking that you did hold back other crucial information?
Yeah.
There's also the rule of basic discovery, where both the prosecution and defense have to be made aware of all testimony and evidence that both sides have before the trial even begins.
Yes.
Which is something that Ace Attorney does
not do.
Never employed at all. Because, it ruins the dramatic tension of scenes, which is why they don't employ it. But it is a rule of law. The prosecution and defense have to be made aware of all evidence and testimony ahead of time.
Yeah, I just thought that was a nice little tidbit. That this trial could have ended right there and right then.
Yep.
Too bad.
But then it wouldn't
this court
be
is based on a
cool.
Ace Attorney logic.
Yep.
Yeah. Too bad. So sad.
You may continue.
Okay.
Why you?
Me.
Prince Blueblood, you knew about this
This is also sort of a reference to the original Turnabout Storm, where Trucy sort of withheld information from.
She did that, yeah, with Gilda, right?
Yeah. She withheld that she knew Gilda had stayed in the forest after she lost her package.
Actually blamed Miss Pummel for this heinous crime. But now it's possible that she's innocent, isn't it? I'll make sure to tell everything that I know from this point on.
And this is where you see Playwright's not really a bad guy.
As much as
No.
I would
Yeah.
have appreciated it if you did that from the beginning.
Yeah. Same here,
I am
Judge.
glad that you are willing to tell us everything this time.
Many thanks, Your Honor.
Witness, you ruined my perfect case.
Haha.
After hearing what could be the truth, this is nowhere near perfection. And I should know. I've been striving for it all my life, only to come up short every time. but at least I can acknowledge that I can get as close to it as
Tell him.
possible.
Blueblood does serve as a pretty good foil for Playwright here. Both of them are perfection seekers.
Yeah.
But Blueblood takes it to a level that goes too far. I mean, Playwright does too, but Blueblood goes even beyond him.
Even further beyond.
Yes, which is why Playwright gets the chance to actually redeem himself and rein it in and change for a better, as a better person.
What flaw?
At this point in the recordings, I was so done with Blueblood shit that every time Phoenix starts to get on Blueblood's case, it's just me trying to vent out some of that frustration.
Well, the thief in question must have been someone who was not a part of the audience or the
All right.
theater staff.
The ultimate moment's about to come.
Time for paint!
Through here.
Paint!
Not yet.
Paint!
Back door?
Precisely, Your Honor. They must have come through the back door of the theater without purchasing a ticket. I'm willing to bet that's also how they left the theater after they stole the fabric.
I love this music.
Stop suggesting that this third party
Serenity suggested a lot of this music.
I demand
Yeah.
filthy human.
Me and James were the ones who came up with a lot of the tracks that were going to be used.
And some of the timestamps, because I am not that in. I haven't played the Professor Layton game.
Please, just
Yeah, I mean, we need people who played Ace Attorney in order to tell Soundman where to start and stop the music.
Yeah.
All right, time for paint.
Time for paint.
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 Paint!
Take a closer look, and you'll find out.
The original track had like this cheesy flair of the instruments, like "Wait." I should have kept that in.
It actually fit really well from that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have fit well there, which was one of the problems I had with the music choice there. I was like, huh, they kind of ended abruptly with no, like, final climax.
Well, I didn't want it to be overcast by the sound effect there, but in retrospect, I would have loved the cheese of that one moment. Hey, we got a whole new episode, though.
The hoofprints started at the dressing room, right where we're proposing that this chase started. The hoofprints then lead up to the catwalk, just like how Playwright described in his eyewitness account of the chase. And finally, they lead down from the right side of the catwalk and out the back door of the theater. This path was not taken by anyone else involved in this crime.
Provable thanks to literally everyone's actions before the crime took place. Another problem with the original script was there was no proof that these hoofprints had actually anything to do with the case at all, because they could have been made at any point in the past. Also, this moment
biggest
where
claim
Blueblood,
ever.
Blueblood claims false evidence. The judge
gets a moment. Everyone gets a moment.
Prince Blueblood, that is an extraordinary accusation. I've known Mr. Wright for years.
Beat his
I had the
ass.
misfortune of mistaking
Beat his
him
ass.
for a crook once before. And thankfully,
I mean, technically this is conflict of interest, but that's something that Ace Attorney has never employed either.
your claim if you continue with this assertion. Otherwise, I will hold you in contempt of court.
Contempt? Cower!
To the brig with you.
That was out of nowhere. The judge really just stood up for me against the prosecution. I'm actually quite flattered.
High Argument, the track that's playing right now, though, you can stick that over anything and it makes it better. That's a universal track.
I believe the explanation for that is
Oh yeah, this is another thing that we added into the rewrite was, how did the police never find these hoofprints?
Why would they?
Is by not turning on the
The
lights.
reason why the police couldn't see the hoofprints is because the only way to see them is by turning off the lights.
In that case, shouldn't the witness have been able to see them when he went up to the catwalk?
Well, why don't we ask him? Playwright, were these hoofprints on the catwalk prior to the second act?
No, there were no hoofprints to be found before the second act. The catwalk was dark during preparation, so they would have been impossible to miss.
And what about when he went up there after?
Which means they must be related to the case in some way,
No, I did not.
since we know who went up the catwalk now.
The
Yep.
hoofprints were made after the incident, meaning that these glowing hoofprints have no relevance to this case.
Actually, I think they do.
Right. Playwright.
I don't know why that what is so funny.
What?
It's true that I didn't see the fluorescent hoof prints after the murder, but there was a good reason why.
And what would that be?
The safety lights were on.
Safety
Take
lights?
The lights hanging above the catwalk.
Take that.
They seemed to be on the fritz yesterday. That's how we found those hoof prints in the first place.
That was the most monotone take that I've ever heard, Soundman. Well done.
You're welcome. I don't have
Take
emotions.
The entire reason behind this flashback is just to show that there's lights above the catwalk and they're not illuminated by, you know, ambient light from everywhere else.
Yep.
I guess it is a flash black as well. It's black.
I know. I slipped up there. I said flash black.
Impossible.
Oh, right. Yes, we've been meaning to fix that issue, but I'm always...
This is so unsafe that he just has like flickering lights near a metal catwalk and a noose just tied to the catwalk.
Look, we had to explain Aljavis's art, okay?
Yeah.
It actually kind of does actually fit his character, though, which is...
Yeah, it kind of does, yeah.
It's a bit ironic that, you know, us having to go back and fix AlJavis's artwork to line up with reality, it actually sort of added to Playwright's character, is that he's more focused on making sure the plays are perfect instead of the safety and upkeep of the theater.
Yeah.
This is not safe at all.
Weren't the rest of the hoof prints discovered? If it was dark there, they should have been seen.
That'd be because I turned the backstage lights on as well.
So you see, Prince Blueblood? These hoof prints could very well be connected to this case.
Then it is clear that these hoof prints belong to Miss Pamel.
What makes you think they belong to her?
She must have gotten her hooves wet with paint from working in the dressing room and chased the victim while her hooves were still wet. He likely turned on the safety lights when he fled so he could see where he was going.
But the prints go down from the right side of the catwalk, and Playwright found Coco standing right above where Overall was hanged. Are you suggesting that she descended from the catwalk and then climbed back?
I like this moment here. Blueblood just throws Phoenix's argument back at him.
After all, Playwright didn't immediately go up to the catwalk. Now,
that's bullshit.
Damn it. Now he's using my own argument against me. Do you have proof that these prints even belong to Coco?
Process of elimination, attorney. It couldn't
Attorney?
have been any pony else. It certainly wasn't the victim. Otherwise, the trail would have stopped at the catwalk. Not to mention the fact that his hooves don't have any paint on them. And this third party you claim was there would have had no way to get their hooves dirty with the paint. So it could only be Miss Pamel.
And what if there existed a way to prove that those prints could be hers?
I beg your pardon?
I certainly would like to see that, Mr. Wright.
We're finally back to something that was in the original script.
Yep.
Have made those prints.
With this,
behold, flashlight.
Using a forensic flashlight to figure out if there's any paint on
Not
Coco.
just any flashlight, a forensic flashlight. This has the ability to show traces of fluorescent paint without needing to turn off the lights. If there are no traces of paint on her hooves, then that means Coco couldn't have been the one to make those hoof
We're
prints.
in the final stretch trial, and this
Yeah,
is my
we're getting
favorite.
there.
This is my
We're almost
favorite
there.
for all the
We're almost
audio.
there.
Almost there.
Yes?
If I may, I'd like to run this forensic flashlight on your hooves.
Yes.
Show me your hooves.
Show me your hooves. Behold, they are clean.
Just as I thought. No traces of fluorescent
Clean
paint at all.
hooves.
This means Coco couldn't have been the one to leave those prints behind.
Objection! You do realize she could have just washed her hooves to remove the paint?
Objection! Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't have been able to. The defendant had no opportunity to wash them after she was caught by Playwright and arrested.
Are you certain?
This is when he thought he was so smart.
Oh, it's time for this moment.
This whole part. This man has brain-eating amoeba in his skull.
Raining?
Think for a second. If Miss Pamel went out the back door with her hooves covered in this paint, then it could have all been easily washed off in the rain.
But there was still glitter on her mane and hooves. The rain would have washed those out as well.
This way as well.
It seems as if you've forgotten this little bit of testimony from Playwright.
Literally, just ask him and he answers all your questions.
Yeah, like literally, Playwright provides the foundation for this entire case.
He's the magic box.
The glitter in Miss Pommel's mane and on her hooves could have been added after returning to the catwalk.
At this moment, was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about?
Put some of it on her mane and hooves, and then simply touch the fabric roll to leave glitter marks on it.
Do you even know what you're saying?
I was so done. So done. So fucking done.
On purpose. Why would you want to frame yourself for the crime?
To give the illusion that a third party exists, of course.
Have I mentioned that I play too many mystery games?
I can see it before me.
Herself in the rain, Miss Pommel
it's like, obvious.
This is the point where it's just like it's all too clear that I spend too much of my time like playing mystery games, because this is the kind of stuff that appears in like some like Zero Escape or Danganronpa like level mystery games. It's even in Ace Attorney in at one point. Like in case 3 of the Great Ace Attorney, this is the kind of stuff that the culprit comes up with.
Of course I am, Your Honor.
Why wouldn't I?
And it
I
also
could think of at the moment in time.
Interestingly enough, this is actually something that has happened in real life before. I remember in forensics class, I remember we were watching a documentary of like various different cases. One of the cases was the culprits purposely like framed themselves for the murder, was even caught on the murder scene, and then claimed like the warlocks and demons made them do it, so they could get off it, so that they could get off with an insanity plea.
Dang.
Her to lose her memory.
Couldn't said it better, Phoenix.
Yep.
Even the judge can't see it.
Yeah, like when the judge himself is having a hard time believing it, that's when you know.
About that one, Chief.
That's when you know you are
just saying it, Chief.
Another theory can demonstrate to the
it's reaching right up there. Those big, chunky.
Please explain.
Very well. Allow me to run through my theory of the events after the murder had been committed.
It's still amazing though that somehow he manages to fit all the pieces together and make it make some semblance of sense.
Again, it's all coming together now.
She found a secure hiding spot where it wouldn't be found by the police. As she was hiding the fabric, she tore off a piece of it as part of her ploy to create mystery.
Do you know how like smart Coco would have to be to come up with all this and like
immensely smart?
Like she'd have to like literally, she'd have to be like a 40 chess master.
Dropped the piece of fabric off the catwalk and left glitter marks on the fabric roll.
It's like what if this actually went through and be like, oh yeah, this is actually what happened. But this also means that Coco is some sort of mastermind.
Genius.
Some criminal genius who will find a way to break out of jail because she's just that smart.
See, that would make Coco a real villain.
Yes.
This is preposterous.
Cozy glow level like manipulation.
Yeah,
yep.
Big time.
Make herself look innocent.
Indeed I am, Your Honor. I can see right through her little tricks. And this
Someone
filthy
put a
human
muzzle
fell
on his
for it.
muzzle. Put him up.
There has to be something I'm missing. Something that proves Coco didn't do anything that Blueblood is
And
suggesting.
now back to Twilight.
Do you have something, Twilight?
Inquiry.
Huh?
You've been quiet for a while now. Have you thought of
Co-counsel, help me.
Sort of.
Well, do you think it'll get us out of this situation?
Well, I think so.
Really? What is it?
Think about where the paint came from.
You mean the dressing room?
Yes. You
Two-step
said that a third party could have also been in the dressing room to steal the fabric.
That's what I suggested.
Assume what you said is true.
Bark, bark.
If they were just
Bark.
trying to get
God, can you actually hear them?
Yes.
Oh God.
Look, I cut it out of the watch party. You couldn't hear it at all. I'll do it here.
Anywhere
All right.
went in the dressing room.
So, what do you think could have happened?
Do you remember what Playwright said?
Also, this is like, oh, okay, hold on, this isn't the right flashback.
Another flashback.
8:15. The second act would have run from then until 9 o'clock if overall had
Oh my god, dog, shut up.
Did you see overall at all during the intermission?
Shut up, fucking
Actually,
This is like the third time this flashback has happened.
Yeah, a lot of times this flashback has shown up.
Like this flashback is just that important.
That's why at this point they're like, okay, there's too many flashbacks, especially if this flashback has to come out a bunch of times.
If we consider that, and recall what Athena said during the investigation...
AljaVis being an accidental genius once more, giving us a line to establish...
Listen how young I am. Oh, God.
If Overall and Coco started coating the fabric in paint during the intermission, which lasted from 8 o'clock to 8:15...
And the murder occurred at 8:50...
That means that the sheet of fabric Coco and Overall were working on was still drying when the crime occurred. That's how
It was
the third
still
party
wet.
could have left those hoof prints.
Not just the hoof prints. There's something else.
Something else.
You claim Coco was knocked out from being hit with a fabric roll, right?
Yeah, she still has glitter stuck on there from that night.
Your dogs are losing
That doesn't
their
explain
minds.
why there are no traces in
Yep.
Overall's mane.
Your dogs are making me lose
The
my
only
mind.
traces of glitter he had were on his forehoofs.
So, what are you suggesting? That this third party hit Coco on the head with a fabric
Man,
roll,
this,
and then him with
I
something
think we all
else?
need a stim dose because
Someone
it's
else
been
was
like
in
3
deep
hours.
present at the crime
Oh,
scene.
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's safe to assume that they must have brought their own
Hey,
weapon ahead of
someone
time.
said stimulation.
He could have
I'm
also
gonna reach
used
for my
that
coffee.
to hit Overall without leaving anything behind on his head. It's the only scenario that fits.
Okay, but what about Coco? She clearly had glitter left in her mane.
What is
Did
this
the third
track
party
used
take
for
the
in
fabric
PL
roll
versus
overall
AA?
after knocking him out?
I forgot.
So.
Two-step
I'm
turnabout?
not entirely convinced that Overall was the one who brought the fabric roll up to the catwalk in the first
Serenity?
place.
Oh,
Playwrights
God.
didn't
What
actually
the-
see
oh, oh.
Overall carrying the fabric roll after
That's,
all. They
Puppy
just
okay?
assumed he must have
Yeah,
because
Puppy's
they
okay.
thought he and Coco were
Okay.
the only ones to go
Don't
up
worry,
there.
I stopped the recording at that moment,
Now it's
so
possible that the
that
third party was running
that wouldn't be
ahead of
caught
us.
on the recording.
They
All right.
might have been the
Oh,
one
got
to
it.
bring the fabric roll up to the catwalk
Serenity,
instead.
I was gonna ask you something.
Right.
Yeah.
They had their
Do you
own
know
weapon
what
with them,
the
then
two-step
who
turnabout
would
is
have
used
brought
for
the
in
fabric
PL
roll?
versus AA?
Well, the only reason I can think of is because
Um,
they had the fabric they wanted on it. Aha!
It's
Of course.
the two-step turnabout is used for
Do you have anything to
it's used for moments like that where there's like some big
Yes,
logic
I do,
moment.
Your Honor.
Oh,
Really?
big brain
I
moment.
sincerely doubt that.
Yeah, like it's not confess the truth where it's like you're revealing something to the court, or pursuit where you're cornering the culprits. It's more so like those moments like that where the player or the attorney is speaking to themselves, like, all right, how do I get out of this situation?
Not only can I prove that to be false,
And
but I
here
can also
is,
demonstrate that a third
thus
party
far, my
was
magnum
behind the
opus.
whole crime.
Oh yes.
Then please
Where I copied
explain
and
to the
pasted a
court,
song
Mr.
3
Wright.
times and chopped.
We're under the assumption that the hoof prints were made from the
So
paint
brilliant.
from the dressing room. While that might be
Uh,
correct, the source of the paint is what I believe changes
I
everything.
don't. I think we just got lucky on how it synced up, because I was not
Would
doing
be
this the
the
proper
fabric
way.
roll.
But in the future,
Where are
yes,
you going
will
with
be done the
this?
proper way.
I'm getting there, Blueblood. Just bear with me for a moment. Now, when this third party stole
Like
the
how I
special
read that
fabric
line.
from the dressing
Made
room,
me feel real
it still
confident.
must have been wet from the
Yeah.
paint.
And
You
how
do
you
amazing
know
for this
that?
entire section, which is
Fluorescent paint
mostly
takes
just you
1 hour to
talking.
dry completely.
Yeah.
Overall,
I go on very long diatribes here.
What I like about this part here is that how climactic it actually feels. Like in the original rewrite, this was just supposed to be the halfway point of the episode. But it's surprising to me how climactic and actually like fitting this is as an ending to this episode. Like,
Yeah.
you know, just supposed to be halfway. Like, splitting the episode in half worked better than I thought.
It really did.
Because not only did we actually get to split this episode up into watchable parts, but this part actually does serve pretty well as its own episode. Because, you know, we have all this build up to this one final climactic moment here. And then we have, like, you know, transitioning into the third part with the recess.
How
Yeah.
long do you plan on continuing with this assertion of there being a third party? I've already shown how unlikely it is that they even exist. Why do you insist on prattling on about such an insane theory?
God, I love how hypocritical
don't
Blueblood is.
wanna
He
hear
really
it.
is.
Blue blood?
Like, he's like, how dare you prattle on about this insane theory?
Says the man who just said my client forged all the
Blueblood
evidence!
is a giant hypocrite.
And then he's also like, I don't know, at some earlier part, he's like, what did he say? Something about Phoenix being cocky or smug. And Phoenix is like, I don't want to
And he's
hear
like, you're the
from
last
you.
person I want to hear that from.
Instead, I'm positive that the fabric
You think we can quote this entire episode between all of us?
party rolled it up in a nearby fabric roll to collect the whole thing. They were
Look at that completed roll.
but eventually,
Yeah, that's what it should have looked like.
or just bad
Blue
luck.
blood.
The thief was caught right as they were about to leave. They took the rolled up fabric in their mouth and ran away up to the catwalk, with Coco and Overall in pursuit.
And I suppose you're going to say that both of them were knocked out by this third party as soon as they reached the top of the catwalk? Nice try.
There's
but if that
just
was
the
case,
slightest
our victim
hint
would
of
have
a
some
southern
glitter
drawl
as
in
well,
that, and
wouldn't
I
you
love
agree?
it.
Catwalk. I do.
Yeah.
But that's not my main point here. The thief could have easily used a different weapon on Overall when they attacked him. It's the weapon that knocked out Coco that will destroy your theory of her fabricating evidence.
The weapon?
As has been well established,
I got the evidence right here, Blueblood.
this suggests that she
No
was
freedom.
ahead with the
No
fabric.
justice, no hope.
And now that I've shown the possibility
It's
that
time for you to pay for your crimes.
Special fabric on it
Take that!
we have a much more likely scenario for how it got in Coco's mane. It came from the fabric that was on the roll.
So now that you established how it was together, now it shows that something else could have been left behind.
Yep.
I love that his first response is, and how does this disprove my theory?
Oh, I'll show you how.
Boy, let me tell you.
And if that is the case,
Phoenix is about to
something
destroy
else
him.
would have also been left behind.
And once again, this is not something that was ever in the original script.
No.
Not Blueblood's insane theory, nor this final bit of logic.
Just say that this entire episode didn't exist.
I mean, it was based on the original script. It's just that about 75% of it wasn't in the original script.
What? But what does that mean?
I love this. I love this theme.
On the roll at the time of the crime, but it also means that Coco couldn't have gone outside to hide the fabric or wash her hooves. Because if she did, the glitter and the paint would have both been removed.
Objection! She could have just reapplied it like she did with the glitter.
Objection!
My objection is stronger than yours.
Yeah. You were mad at this line.
Oh yeah. Self, but not being spotted.
It's like, is that enough for you? Like, how much
Are you
further
happy
do I
now?
How much further do I have to freaking go?
That she was actually struck by the roll.
I'll do just that by using the forensic
Flashlight.
It's like you asked for it, dude.
You asked for this.
Take that.
I've heard everything, Mr. Wright. Please go ahead and do what you need
Show
to
me
do.
that pretty head of yours.
And then
Dun dun dun.
Bonk.
Oh, there it is! Just like Mr. Wright said!
No.
Yes.
here we go.
Yes.
Finally, the pursuit theme.
Finally.
Just finally got your footing after like an hour and a half of ass beating.
Get ready for a level 3 super motherfucker. You ready to get bodied?
We have finally proven that there was a third party there. It only took an hour and 40 minutes.
Because you had to deal with a very imaginative and cocky prosecutor.
This was not supposed to happen. Human.
No runbacks.
Even if this third party somehow exists, you have no idea who it could be. And where in Celestia's name would we even begin to
Well, Twilight, why don't you tell us?
Well, how about you shut up and listen to my co-counsel?
Twilight.
Listen to your princess.
Prince Blueblood argued that Coco wanted the fabric to herself to get a better chance to win a fashion competition she's participating in. Correct?
And what of it?
Well, you just asked to narrow down our search of the mystery third party.
I like how Twilight doesn't just, like, come out and say, it was Suri.
Why not
Like, she actually is professional about it and just, like, you know, doesn't make it clear that she's actually aiming for somebody.
Yeah. She's just saying, like, she's trying to confirm that it could be her.
Like, it was probably someone from that fashion competition. You know, she's like thinking like it's probably Suri, but she's not showing her hand. She's just, you know,
you mean like her hoof?
Directing them in that direction. Yes, I mean her hoof. You're the one who said that was a dumb joke at the beginning of this.
I did not.
Play back the tape.
Yeah, please, AljaVis, play it back. Take that.
Take that.
And horseshoes of every pony in that fashion contest. If they match with the fluorescent hoof prints,
I meant that in jest. I don't know what you're talking about.
And by the way, I know I just went on this rant about the hoof prints, but the reason it works here is because fluorescent hoof prints actually have a diameter to them that can be measured.
Yeah.
You and your theoretics,
look,
whatever, logic.
I am a forensic student, okay? This is the kind of stuff I pay attention to.
My god, the nightmare is over.
Nope, it's not over yet.
No, it's not over yet. We got another 10 minutes.
I'm fine with that, but this part's over. Yes.
Yeah, we're done with Blueblood. Get out of here.
It's finally over.
90% complete. Okay.
More Coco, yay!
I messed up heavy with the audio in the scene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The ending of the scene is where it's very noticeable.
Like, I don't even know how I made the mistake, but we'll get to it when it happens.
Yeah.
I'm so happy you've been able to help Coco.
We're not done yet, though. I may have proven that someone other than Coco could have done it.
Julie, you were psyched at just finishing scene 2. It gave you an energy boost.
It did.
Yeah.
Aw, sad Coco.
Oh, Miss Palmel.
Coco, you don't need
Because I thought I was done. I thought I won. Little did I know.
Nope. 20 more pages.
No, you only won half the battle.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Wright.
Meanwhile, you got 93 pages calling your name.
Yep. And here comes more feels from Coco.
Was that true?
Oh, well, you always said in your letters that he cared a lot about you. So it wouldn't surprise me if he took it to the next level. And, well, I was supposed to keep it a secret, but it wasn't too long ago that he requested me to look for a special gem for you. He said he wanted the gem to match your eyes.
Oh.
So from it,
Yep.
he fashioned a ring.
Aww.
Yep.
He said that about me.
Yep. Coco is just having it rough.
Coco cannot win.
She really cannot.
God.
Yep. And now you gotta hear her cry like probably the 4th time this episode.
This is actually a part that I think is not very well written. I think we should have spent more time cheering Coco up, because, I don't know, to me it just feels like it's a bit of a snap how she's just like crying, and then one pep talk from Rarity and she's like, yeah, you know what, I have to be strong.
For him and for me.
Hey,
I mean,
it still worked. It shows that she's stronger than she looks.
It works. It's just that I don't know. I feel like it needed to be longer.
Here without you.
Actually, while you're here,
This script needed to be longer.
Now, Coco.
Oh, please.
Hold up.
I want to teach you a very important lesson. Tell your defense attorney everything he needs to know so you don't look like a goddamn murderer.
It was a bit slow. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Getting my memories.
Anything at all will help greatly.
Apology accepted.
Remember that Overall and I had been working on
I love this pic, by the way.
Oh, so sweet.
Why, Al?
Look how adorable I made her. Look at her. Look how precious she looks.
He's dead.
He's dead.
The fabric that was stolen was the one you two.
They will never be happy again.
Yeah. We set it out on the table to dry. After that, I stepped off for a minute to wash my hooves.
I stepped off the diagram.
Yep. She flew away.
My people need me.
If the thief was nearby, they may have seen Coco leave the room and taken advantage of that opportunity. So, what happened after that?
Well, while I was returning to the dressing room, I saw Overall sprinting out the door. I called out to him, but he didn't answer, so I followed him. I saw him running up the catwalk, and I was afraid that he would hurt himself up there because it was so dark. So I quickly turned on the safety lights and continued to follow.
And then I killed him.
On the way up the stairs, I heard a loud clanging noise.
Spencer, going up. Going up.
At least I couldn't see what happened, and that's all I remember.
Playwright mentioned a clang too, if I recall. That must have been when Overall was struck on the head with that unidentified weapon. What could it have been? Something metal?
It was the Eureka
what about
effect.
After you regained consciousness?
Yep.
Do you remember anything after that?
I do. After I woke up, I saw that there was an empty fabric roll in my hooves, which were, for some reason, completely covered in glitter once again.
The fabric roll was left in your hooves, and the glitter reappeared? Are you certain you washed all of the glitter off of yourself in the first place?
I'm sure of it, Mr. Wright. I don't know how the glitter got on my hooves again, and I'm not sure how this empty fabric roll ended up where it did, either.
I see. Better make a note of that.
Yep.
And he did.
I did.
Is there anything else you can tell me?
He brought up the tab, flashed it, and then brought it back down.
Yep, he has powers like that.
Stayed with me until I was taken away by the police. As soon as I got to my cell, I shook the glitter off my hooves as best I could.
Which is why it was not mentioned in episode 1.
Hopefully what you do remember will be useful in some way.
I don't even want to think about Coco in a prison cell.
Now, Twilight?
You don't have to. It actually happened.
What is it, Phoenix?
Okay. Okay.
I'm curious as to why you're so sure
Okay.
that the third pony from the incident was a contestant of this fashion contest. I don't understand how anyone else in the contest would have known about the fabric. And just because they could possibly have a reason to steal the fabric for themselves, it's still not exactly a concrete conclusion, even if it did help us out.
I understand your uncertainty, Phoenix. I'm pretty sure all the contestants would be confident in their own ability to win. However, there is one particular mayor that we know that would do whatever it took to
Who could it possibly
Who could it possibly be?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. Oh,
Sorry.
No.
no way.
Oh my goodness.
I
No.
can't believe it.
Not that
It's
Siri
almost like she
Polymer.
was mentioned in the first episode.
Almost.
Yeah.
That one mayor during yesterday's investigation?
Like right here.
That pony? I remember now. So,
Yeah, that
her
pink
name is
meanie.
Suri Polomare. What does she have anything to do with the case?
Do you remember what she said back then?
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
I've no time to waste on you, Rarity. I'm on
I
a tight
don't-
schedule, so you better stay out of
I
my
don't
way.
remember
I
if
don't
this
want
is the
another
original
victory
or
taken away
8
by
arcs.
your hooves, okay?
That's the original take.
That's the original.
Okay.
Yeah, she even mentioned Rarity taking away
Did
another
we
victim.
have a retake for that
What
from
does she
8
mean?
arcs?
No.
Okay.
That's from the original
Please do,
episode.
That's another thing that was never in the original script is who Suri was. Because some people might not know.
Yeah.
So we had to spell out their backstory for the people who
We gotta remember that, like, there are people who watch this series that don't watch MLP.
She ended up using my entire fabric and claimed it as her own. Despite that, I managed to beat her. But I didn't know that I won until Coco told me.
What do you mean?
Well,
And this actually does come across as a pretty good reveal if people don't know who Suri is.
Yeah.
Like, she keeps mentioning this mentor figure, and then it's revealed, like, oh man, it was this character.
instead of making the dress
Yeah.
herself, she made me do it. It was excruciating. And that part about Rarity not knowing that she won the contest until I told her. Suri was the one who lied.
Coco
to
was
Rarity
essentially slave labor.
and keep quiet
More or
about it,
less.
too.
I want to hug this pone.
Earlier in the
Hug.
trial,
Hug the pone.
Hug.
Pone.
did you really
Another
have so little
flashback
money
for
that
something
you
we
could
just
barely
saw.
afford a place to live?
Yes, especially after I quit being an assistant to my mentor. She always made enough for both of us with the designs she sold.
Suri is a great designer, but when it came to whose work she would sell, she almost always chose to sell designs I had made over her own. She didn't even have the courtesy to mention that they weren't hers.
Wow, this pony sounds so selfish.
Yeah, she sounds like a bitch.
Upon proper credit and stealing to boot. She has absolutely no dignity.
But
apparently that's a JoJo reference, but I wouldn't know that. Someone, I think it was James who put that in there.
James. That heartless. But if those hoof prints actually belonged to her, then it couldn't have been any pony else.
Hopefully the hoofprint analysis will give us the answers we need.
Very confident.
Trial's about to resume.
Hi, Destro.
Destro.
Please return to the courtroom.
Hi, Professor Layton.
It looks like they've already finished their investigation.
Okay. Has anybody noticed the audio error?
Hold up, Twilight.
No.
Yes.
Dead silence for the longest time.
Hold on.
Oh,
the music.
No music.
The music would start right about here.
And there was a test screening where it worked, and somehow it got scooted to the last 14 seconds of the episode. This whole section is silent.
That it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
Like Scootaloo.
Oh, there we
Yeah, like Scootaloo.
I just started to believe it was true. It wasn't until Rarity came along that I
Yep.
realized there were ponies out there who put the well-being of others before themselves.
Yeah, this is just dead silence.
And it sounded so good with a quiet moment or a quiet place playing over it.
Quiet place.
I don't remember it.
That's a horror movie.
Okay. This is the part where like you would get further into that track than any other place, and you get like the full instrumentation.
Yeah.
It sounded really good. But I'm just gonna tell you about it instead of, you know, put it in for some reason.
Taken my case as a result.
I see. You said something similar
This
yesterday.
More flashbacks.
No. This one was supposed to, you know, provide some sort of explanation for why Coco didn't explain all of this to Phoenix originally.
Yeah, she was just scared.
That's what this whole scene is that it's providing, for one, it's actually providing extra character to Coco, but on a more meta level, it's actually explaining why none of this was mentioned in episode 1. You know, obviously it's because it didn't exist originally, but in universe, it's because Coco doesn't trust Phoenix.
You were frightened by the looks everyone
because of Suri.
Coco.
She was so hurt by real life.
Thank you, Suri, for making this trial harder than it needed to
Yeah,
be.
thank you, Suri, for ruining my defense, my fucking client's self-confidence.
It was only because of Twilight's quick thinking that we managed to escape a guilty verdict there.
I'm sorry.
You want me to help you the
I
best
can't say that at you.
I'm going to need you to trust me.
Trust me, Coco.
Yes, we defense attorneys fight for the innocence of our clients through our ability to trust completely in that innocence. However, in order to fight as hard as
I love this expression, by the way.
clients to believe in us and tell us
So much
everything they can.
uncertainty in that look.
The truth known.
That little lip curl is adorable.
I know.
You would have trusted overall with the whole truth. Right,
nothing but the truth.
So help you.
It's Phoenix Wright. We're all about the truth.
Phoenix Wright coming right behind you.
And I promise I will believe in and fight for you until the bitter end.
Okay, Mr.
And there's where the music comes in.
There's the music, finally.
Damn it.
I'll tell you everything I know about the murder.
I mean, it kind of fits, but
It actually does kind of fit. That's the weird
It does kind of
part.
fit.
I
But
think
it was not where it was supposed to be.
I think I was sleep deprived and I just moved it to a place that sounded good. And anyway, it plays for 14 seconds. And
then it's
fade
gone.
out. Okay, the end.
To be concluded with
There she is.
Okay,
I
can
love
we-
the silhouette.
Can we pause on
And
these credits?
awesome credits music.
Yeah.
Yes.
And all these awesome people.
All those awesome
For
people.
the awesome people.
Woo!
There are several tracks missing from this.
Oh,
yeah, I forgot.
Including
Yeah.
the credits theme itself. Hey, there's my name.
Your name.
There's my name.
There's
My
Kimetics.
real-
And my name
There's you.
again.
There's you, Soundman, your actual name.
Yeah.
Soundman.
You're the only one on here who used their real name.
What about James? Or
He was in the writers.
Jared.
He was in the writer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's his real name though. That's the thing.
Okay, I used my real name because I was hoping to use this on a resume and corroborate that it was me. Only, I will use the next episode on my resume because this is not very presentable.
Okay.
Agreed.
I mean,
Da Vinci Resolve 6.
Uh-huh.
Special thanks to Serenity.
Aw. Thank you.
And there's me in charge of it all.
Mm-hmm. Can we pause on the last frame?
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're gonna talk about.
Can we pause on the last frame?
I think I know what you're gonna talk about.
Julius, do you see anything wrong with this?
This is a family sequel, based on the original series, Turnabout Storm. My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, and Phoenix Wright is Attorney are owned and copyrighted by Hasbro and Capcom, respectively.
Back.
A little reverse.
Did you not notice it?
Respectively, Capcom and Hasbro by copyrighted.
That's right there.
Copyrighted.
Oh my god!
Boo!
Boo!
That was there since the first episode.
The first episode was a mistake, though, right? This time,
no, it wasn't.
Oh, come on.
I purposely put that in there.
Oh, okay.
In fact, like the one of the main reason why I put it in there is because it was also in Turnabout Storm.
I feel played.
He feels played. Well.
Yeah, it was also in Turnabout Storm.
What a way to end it. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Blow my fucking mind over here.
Nobody looks at the credits.
And no one noticed this.
No
one noticed it.
Not even me. And I love puns. I love them so freaking much.
We did it!
And finally reached the end of this god-awful director's commentary.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're gonna have to speed up through some of the quieter parts of
You're gonna have to do some fancy audio editing.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
All right. How do we end this off?
Any closing remarks?
Closing remarks. I don't know. just know that like mistakes were made.
Oh yes.
Mistakes were made, of course.
But it gives more insight. Like, I think people appreciate the fact that these exist, the watch party and director's commentary, because it gives more insight on what goes on in each episode, and the mistakes that were made that people didn't notice, we'd see it too.
We're hyper cognizant of our errors.
I feel like these allow the audience to have more faith in us. Like, yeah, we see the stuff that you see. We're aware. We're working on it.
That's why in every episode, including this one, you see this right here? See this right here in every episode? Constructive criticism is appreciated. So if you have any problems, if you see something that could use fixing in the video, in any episode, please point it out. We'll pay attention. We'll take it into consideration, and we'll do whatever we can to make each episode even better than the last one.
Yep.
Because if I didn't, then I would have stuck with just working on this by myself.
And it would never have gotten done.
Yep.
Yes, Julius?
What are you listening to these days?
Me? What do you mean?
When you sit down by the candle there.
Silent Hill ambience to the right.
No.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit more down.
Oh.
We've got your YouTube history or YouTube recommendations on here.
I was like looking for like relaxing music, and I just found this. I'm like, oh, this sounds relaxing. Oh wait, So let me get this straight.
TheAljavis relaxes to horror music.
Yes,
he is a nightmare.
Yep.
You're right. Interesting tidbits about our director.
Interesting.
Hey, I think horror music is relaxing.
It can. Let it be known that screaming and torture is relaxing to Aljavis.
No, not like that. I mean, like, not like that.
It's too late. It's too late. You already said it. You can't take it back now. It's on record.
Fine. I enjoy the screens of man and woman just dying. I especially love it.
All right.
Well, this is no longer very professional.
No,
Yep.
no, it isn't.
We just lost all professionalism as soon as
we came to the end.
Yep.
We lost it when the clock rang. Julius, your alarm.
The alarm.
Smash it with a hammer.
Watch out
All
for
right.
that next time.
All right. This is just over 4 hours according to my recording.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's
Yep.
end it, please.
Oh, nice.
God.
If you are here after 4 hours,
then get a life.
If you stuck through this
No.
entire thing and you weren't working on something else in the background, God
thank
help
you, because you're faithful.
Thank you, and please
Thank you
find
from the
something
bottom
to
of
do.
our
Your dedication is appreciated.
Get up, get some exercise.
Yes, go stretch your
That too.
legs.
Shout
You
out.
should stretch every 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But first,
And if
before
you've
we
watched
end,
this a second time,
what are you doing?
Yeah,
What are you doing?
You
What are
okay?
you doing?
Are you writing the TV tropes? What are you doing here a second
You're
time?
probably the guy writing the TV tropes.
Yeah.
Hi, TV tropes people.
Hi, TV tropes.
people. Anyways, this was a
remarks.
semi-successful director's commentary. A lot of technical difficulties happened.
Mistakes were made.
A lot of mistakes were made.
But
Some-
like with the episodes, we're learning.
We're learning.
It's all a process.
All
Yep.
process.
I'll try to figure out a way to make sure it doesn't happen this time.
Craig didn't drop out once. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Oh yeah. Can we give a
Craig.
shout out to Craig?
Good
Thank
shout
you
out,
for not
Craig.
High
Craig
fives for
Craig. Like thank you for
Craig
handling
is-
all the lines for all our audio for us.
Craig
Oh,
is
yeah.
the MVP of this director's
He
Scott.
really is. Like
Thank you,
he's
Craig.
he's our biggest. He was our biggest like backup. And now I guess there's nothing
Sign
really
off?
anything to say. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's it. Like I don't know when this will come out, but I'll do my best to bring it out. I guess
Sometime
It
before
might be
episode
after
3?
episode 3.
might be after episode 3.
Well, alrighty then. Well, in that case,
This is
Yep.
this has
go
been
for
the
it.
director's commentary, the second episode of the director's commentary.
Everybody
And
sign out.
Everybody
Signing out.
sign out.
Logging out.
And
of my...
hold on, we gotta end this the right way.
Yes.
Oh, oh yes.
All
I
right.
was waiting for this.
Get
All right.
really close to the mic.
Oh God, no,
No.
please.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
Ready?
3, 2, 1. Objection!
Objection!
Oh, you guys are so.
My God.
I hope that didn't peak.
Okay,
No,
can we
no problem.
please kill it? Is it dead?
All right, are we done?
Yes,
with
it's done.
Yes, we're done.
Are we done?